That would actually explain a lot of the forgotten beasts. You know? I'm just saying, I'm thinking about this way more than anybody needs to. I'm just saying, you know, like what's the point of it belongs in a museum if I can't resurrect the fossils? Like, you know, it's like The Mummy or like Night at the Museum. You saw a queen who was a slime. Visit a fort on a rare Krug Smash stream. A slime. I feel like slimes aren't vanilla, but Queen's visiting is. There was some sort of some of that dinos aren't DF on the subreddit, and he took they're extinct, then you won't see them in leather piles, etc. I'll probably play with the Untamed Wilds onlys, and then I like the idea of them being isolated. I fully expected them to be a cavern creature. Like I fully expected them to be like mostly relegated to the caves for some reason. That's where my brain was going. I know. Also, I'm just waiting for this 1 minute ad break to finish, and then we will dive into the game. I've got all my recordings and stuff running, so I can actually enable this too. If you know what this is. Many omelets will be made. I was thinking more Journey to the Center of the Earth. Or Travel to the Center of the Earth. Or Embark in the Center of the Earth. Something Center of the Earth was what I was thinking. Less of the Land Before Time. Land Before Time would be more like isolated, wouldn't it? Like, I always make the joke of Goblin Australia, right? Where it's just like, there's this big old landmass in Dwarf Fortress, and then there's this one island full of goblins and nothing else. It's like, it would kind of make, or like the weird mountain ranges where there's like the perfect circle of mountains. Like, and with the little thing inside with one necromancer tower in the middle. It's like, that should just be full of dinosaurs. I mean, any of them could be. Land of the Lost? Instead of Land of the Lost? Land of the Lost sounds like a thing. I don't know. The queen was a necro experiment? Oh, okay, that would make sense. I mean, as long as it's an intelligent necro experiment, yeah, no, that's entirely popular. It's entirely probable that that could happen. Sotark. If it was like a weird slime, but like also a necromancer experiment, entirely possible. As long as it's part of that faction and like intelligent, then yes. I was trying to say educated, but no, that's not the word. As long as it's like an intelligent creature and not an animal, then yeah, absolutely. It could theoretically become queen of a faction, be that human or dwarf. I mean, I had a this was in version 47.05. It was on my birthday, so I won't forget this. I remember Stone being in the chat and exclaiming about it, but we had a critter show up that was we had a critter show up that was the Outpost Liaison. It was a humanoid, it had horns, it had 3 eyes, and it had wings, and it flew to the center of the top of the map. And just sat there. It was like a fucking gargoyle. And then it came out, had its meeting, and then went back up to the center of the top of the map. And just sat there and stared at us. I was like, well, we got a drone. Dino for mayor? Dino men for mayor? I still think troglodytes should be able to ride them. I don't know if I'll get that wish, but I feel like there should be a low % chance that troglodytes just have a tame dinosaur with them. Because troglodytes make a lot of sense with dinos, you know? I mean, 1812 CE. If you'd like, I could sit here and talk with Dwarf Fortress in the background for an additional hour. Would you like that? I'm just following chat, man. I mean, I don't think chat minds. I mean, are we here for the chittery chats, or are we here for gameplay? I mean, like, gameplay is available. You can play this game whenever you want, but I'm only here talking 3 times a week. Sometimes 4. Now we'll play. And keep talking, naturally. As one does. Chat's into foreplay. We're edging. That's what's happening. Jesus H. Christ. Tell Tarn we want Trogrek. The Trogrex Alliance. I want the Trogrex Alliance, and I want... Are kobolds too big to ride raptors? I know that velociraptors are actually tiny. Don't look at the mini-map, Chad. It's terrifying. I know that velociraptors are tiny. They're like the size of a chicken. But, like... All I'm saying is I want kobolds riding velociraptors. I mean, Utah is pretty scary, so I would believe that their raptors would also be scary. I mean, honestly, being attacked by murder chickens with teeth is also scary enough. Like, I don't need them to be giant. Speaking of scary. Is your table still standing? I don't know where your table was. I will have to go find it. Give me a second to run through the fortress and remind myself what everything is. Kenton, Angson, Bastet, Clondal, Daggett, Darius, Faminoir, 409, Frosty Noodle, Gaia, Nomold, Gerd, Half Empty, Kenzie, McSpuds, Morrigan, Queuing Green Tea, Scout Pie, Smoking Top Hat, Stivek, and Swift King, and Tellan Artho, Viking Ball, and Vlad are all of the named dwarves in the fort. If you heard your name and you would like me to check in on your dwarf, let me know. And if you are watching the stream, the redeem something for grabbing a name on the Twitch side should be up. And if you're watching on YouTube, the first person to put 3, I don't know, mountain emoji into the YouTube chat can name something. You want a Doc? Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric Key! Which one would you like? The lady one or the man one? Although the man one, very upset, but we can fix that maybe, I don't know. What are you up to? We will... Eating. You'll take the lady? Miss K? Am I naming her, like, Eric K? Or am I naming her Lady K? Like that? Or K-E-I, maybe? 802 Nick. Beard or no beard? Art does, in fact, imitate life, it seems. So, thumbs up on this? If so. She is interested only in facts and the real world, just like a doctor should be, and is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She tends to not reveal personal information, doesn't seek out excitement, and doesn't focus on material goods. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and scratches her ear when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. What's up, Folger? I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Cheers, mate. People are saying it's one of my best. I think it's maybe one of the more focused, but I don't know. I have weird opinions about what's best, especially like when I've just finished editing it, because they all just seem good, but also bad simultaneously. It's complicated. And Plutorino, it's good to see you, man. 802 Nick would like a dwarf with a beard. Gotcha. You are married, actually, ironically, to the other doctor, which is kind of funny. You don't have a bedroom, which is also partially why everybody's upset. So, 2 things about this fortress. Everybody's pissed. Well, maybe not everybody. Everybody who is pissed for the same reason. I have done almost no work when it comes to making this fortress happy. I have done one thing, and that is I built a pump stack and I put lava on the surface. That is it. That is all that I've done. I have done nothing else. So why did I do that? I don't know. It's just what I did. So now I get to figure out how I could use that. And if there's anything I could use that for. I do have an idea, but the first thing I need to do is make housing for everybody because nobody has housing. So happiness comes. The science will continue, and happiness will not improve until the science is complete. I want to 3D print a wall, but we'll get to that. Anyways, she is all of that. I think 802 Nick, are you okay with being the really pissed off male doctor? Because I want to make you into this doctor's husband. Are you okay with your dwarf being pissed? Nobody's been tantruming yet because we're still too early. Last time you saw Dwarf Fortress was a long time ago, like 5 years ago, and now you want to play the game because of that vid. There's a big patch coming on the June 25th? Whatever that Thursday is. But cheers. It had the right effect then, Bug Clown. Did you play? Was 5 years ago before Steam version? I guess so. Version 47? Wow. Time flies. We're getting close to 5 years though, right? I mean, 2027 would be 5 years since the Steam version launched. Your plans for the end of the month are ruined? You had plans for the end of the month? I mean, DF Hack still exists, but I only use it to, like, extinguish fires occasionally. Any advice I'd give you for your first DF run? Do not ask ChatGPT how to play Dwarf Fortress. Ask a friend for help. Make sure that you have place for dwarves to sleep, place for dwarves to socialize, like a tavern or a temple or a guild hall, and make sure that you have a source of alcohol. That's it. And ask people for help when you need it, either in a chat or in a Discord. Kit Fox's Discord, my chat, somebody else's chat. The actual reason why you shouldn't ask an LLM how to play this game is because LLMs don't distinguish between versions, and there's so much information about this, you'll get a hodgepodge of current information and ancient information, so it's just like kind of putting the wiki into a blender, which is kind of just making your life harder in some cases. So this dwarf, who is married to Lady K, is now named, I'll just go Nick. Nick is in the YouTube chat and managed to get a dwarf redeem. And he relies on others during decision-making and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to be passive in discussions and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and likes to brawl. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors and doesn't focus on material goods. He often greets others with a hug. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at crappy weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. Yeah, beware of cat explosions, indeed. Fulgur, indeed. Where's your hug? Nick, you're supposed to hug people. He likes diorite, zinc, and bloodstone, as well as the color clear, which bubbles up on the subreddit, the discords, and the forums every once in a while. As clear isn't a color. Anyway, gems, short swords, and figurines, blue peafowls for their coloration, and the sight of the aquamarine of roughness. And when possible, he prefers to consume loon. That always is amusing to me for a variety of reasons. And perch and radish wine, and absolutely hates flies. Welcome to the fort. Now, where the hell did I put that table? Because I named a table after somebody. But where did I... So one of my favorite things to name after people, especially after that last fort, which I made the video out of, but I didn't mention this in that fort. I don't know where the table went, although that might have been in the other fort. Is I like naming workshops after people. I had one named Nomald Was Here in the last fort, and Nomald Was Here was particularly amusing because Nomald Was Here kept getting claimed as like an artifact. And it was a kind of a long time after Nomald had died. And so people would make artifacts that would just be like, has claimed Nomald was here. So I'm going to need to do that again because that was just too amusing. First task to complete. We are now at war with goblins. So I need to erect some sort of wall on the surface. I also need to make bedrooms. The ocean actually starts right about here. Yeah, right about there. So if I actually swap this over to ASCII, this is my pump stack. This is my fortress. This is the ocean. Now, it doesn't thaw at any point of the year, which I wasn't positive if it was going to or not. But I want to try and use it as some sort of defense, potentially. So if I go to the surface, and I go over here, this is me making obsidian up on the surface. This is all currently closed, so I'm going to let this lava cool. And once this is all refrozen, I'm going to try and get like this lava out of here using pumps or something. I need to build a wall on the outside of this. And what I'm thinking, and I was thinking about this is during, like, I don't know, not streams, but when I was editing, is I could close this gate, okay? I can let this drain out of the front here, and then I could build a new, like, structure around the edge of this and fill that up with, like, either floodgates going out or bridges that drop straight down. One of the two, I haven't decided yet. And a pure wall. If that makes any sense. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Or I could even go one layer higher up and just put like another layer of pumps on top of it. Like, because that would be easy too. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Cut, train, wall of fence. I'm not entirely certain what that sentence means. Necrontier, please explain. So first step is I need an actual wall because we kind of got attacked by goblins in recent memories. So it's time to build an actual wall. Huzzah. That was easy. Although I need an actual little entrance. So I'm going to go to like here maybe? And that'll do. So let's watch them assemble this. Although, are we in a burrow? I actually don't know. We're also trading. It's trading season, apparently. We are not in a burrow. And here they all come. The frame rate's a little slow because of the weird temperature shit going on. No time to say hello, goodbye. You're late, Lucio. It's good to see you. Some impossible dwarven engineering. I mean, so the other thing about this fort and this world is we are right here. There's a lot of goblins right here. And that, my friends, is Monster Smash. Which is the Thunderfire of the Crystal Storm, who we're allied with, apparently. That is also Thunderfire the Crystal Storm right there, which is Maligned Blades. There is a non-zero chance that that'll get taken over. If this gets taken over, I kind of want to take it back as part of this faction and then reclaim it. That's kind of my hope, because that would mean maybe I could get basically a goblin population in a fortress, but we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, Monster Mash lives. Like, I kind of took something to heart. It wasn't the last video, but the one-tile fortress video that I made where I built a fortress on a one-tile map, I had somebody complain. They were like, Blind, why do all of your videos end with, like, the entire, like, population of your fort dying to hell? It's like, why can't you, like, you know, have a happy ending? And so I kind of took that a little bit to heart. And, oh yeah, I missed that question. How many hours do I have? I'll give you the exact number. I kind of took that a little bit to heart, and I was like, I'm going to make a fortress that doesn't die. I'll show you what I can do when I try to keep a fort alive. 4,362 hours in the Steam version. It's like 15,000 hours streamed or something. Half Empty, the mayor, meets with the outpost liaison, Meng Kongamen. I'm a liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. What the frick, really? No. Okay, so unlike the last fort, I ain't gonna say yes to this right away. What the hell? That's so early. I only have 100 dwarfs. We're barely a town. Happy endings are for a Disney movie? Well, I tried to make it kind of ominous, you know? Like, I don't know if my, like, kind of Cthulhu-inspired sequence worked out well, but I did try to make it like, well, this ain't all fun and games. Who wouldn't want to live next to these grim pools or whatever? At, like, 50 dwarves? Damn. I take it if, like, I feel like the fort's ready for it, but I ain't ready for this shit. Oh, the other thing I should probably show off. Down beneath, I do mean pretty far down, I have this. These are all where I'm getting these blocks. I have a very large glass industry. I also have this copper and silver industry over here. In fact, if I go over here and I type in bars, I get 11 copper bars and 11 silver bars and 104 copper bars and 4 steel. I'm gonna make some silver warhammers. 10 of them. And we're gonna make copper breastplate, copper helm. I know this isn't the best material, but I'm using it. Copper shield. Copper high boot. Copper greaves. And copper gauntlets. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. They probably don't have enough for all that, but I can always smelt some more if they don't have enough. The Penny Squad. Nailed it. I'm gonna call it that. Can I? Is penny a word? I can't name it the Penny Squad. Wait, hold up. Oh, I can't say the legal tender. I'm trying to sense, maybe? No. Bile. It's about the same as a bill, right? No, I already tried sense. Value isn't a word. I tried coin. Also, that dwarf is naked. Why are you naked? I think it's because all of your clothing got destroyed. Okay, we're gonna have to work on that, dwarf. Makes sense why Smoking Top Hat would be upset. Okay, so yeah, this fort's a mess. I need to clean it up. So let's clean up a fortress. The first thing I need to do is, how many fucking bedrooms do I need? Let's just see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I need like 50 bedrooms. So let's just queue up like 50 bedrooms, because that's really what I need. Like, honestly, that is what this fortress needs right now. And the bedrooms are just going to be kind of along this back wall, so it's fine. I can put off making nicer things, but I don't actually think I can put off making these bedrooms any longer. This is why am I naked? This is why I drink moderately. This is why I drink responsibly. It's like waking up naked, as long as you know where you are. I mean, it could be worse. But yeah, fair. Okay, so that's the edge of the map right there. I just heard someone burning out their tires outside. Classy. What about not wealth? You just said not wealth, and oh, you mean like... Oh yeah, I could call it the present wealth. Pretty low. The wealth of the present. Not a bad call. Pretty good. But how you doing, Bauble Page? How's things, man? I'm making bedrooms because all I've done in this fortress is not make bedrooms. And so now I'm making bedrooms because I need a lot of them. Otherwise, this fortress ain't gonna buckle under its own weight, but I either need to give them bedrooms or I actually need to be nice to them, so I'm choosing to give them bedrooms so I don't actually need to be nice to them. I mean, come on. What are we, human? We're dwarves. Although, for full disclosure, I kind of thought this would end up being a bigger deal in the video, but it wasn't. The dragon video, they didn't get a tavern for 7 years. I just didn't make one. They didn't need it. They were just like kind of happy without it, and like, I don't know. This fort, the only thing it has is a miners guild. So basically every dwarf in this fort is a miner. I'm like kind of working on restricting certain pleasantries to see how resilient the dwarves are to it. Rolf, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for 47 months. Appreciate you, man. Any bedrooms with a nice view planned? That's probably the nicest view. If I were to install windows, which I haven't, it would be able to see the garden. Theoretically. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Let's do another 10 or so. Another 10 or so. All right. That should be fine for now. You felt called out. Did I mention Moose Moose? I would need to watch it again. Moose Moose. As in, like, did your username come up in the video? I don't... Maybe? I also don't recall what I said. Oh, watching the VOD. Oh, okay. The VOD, not the like live stream VOD, not the Dragons video then. I know I've had people say that I woke them up in the middle of the night because they resubbed. Farthing is not a word. YouTube chat. Keep getting stuck in rows of uniform rooms? Yeah, it's an easy trap to fall into. Very, very easy trap to get stuck in. Can dwarves still not see through windows? They can. They can. Because I've had dwarves, like, spot, like, vampires through windows, murdering people and such. My god, that video's doing well. Holy shit. I couldn't actually tell you when the last time I had a video get... Oh god. Like, it's at 36,700 views right now, which is, like, triple what the last few big videos I uploaded have done in the first 24 hours. I think the last one that I did, the 10 years following one dwarf, was like 14,000 views in 24 hours, which I was a little bit bummed out about, actually. I was very worried about making it too long. I think might be part of the reason why it has such a dense pace is because the last one, which was the 10-year following a vampire video, like, I had a bunch of people be like, this video is great and all, but dude, it's an hour and 40 minutes. And I was like, yeah, yeah. Also, I'm just gonna say this. I know that there's a few people who stream Dwarf Fortress who hang out in my chat. If you guys want some easy content, you're totally allowed to just watch my videos. If you want to do watch-alongs, it's mostly I just want to see people doing that because I think it's cool. I do not care. It's going to be a rewatch for you a couple of times. I'm going to have to rewatch it again, too. I also tried to tone back, like, the amount of my hand appearing and the amount of me appearing because, like, there was a video I did in the past, which was the Ghosts video where people said I over-edited it. And so I've been trying to, like, hold back the density of the details a little bit because it's very easy to just sit there and, like, completely over-edit shit. How many beds do I have on the map that aren't built? I think I have a... Did I not make a... Okay, I think I made a door one. Amount of beds is less than, what, 20 maybe? We'll make beds. Let's grab some brown rock. What do I have a lot of blocks of? Conglomerate, that'll do. Although I don't care if the colors get a little varied, so I'm just throwing this in over here so that I can get this going while the other dwarves are mining. This fort is a little laggy, and it's literally just because of the shenanigans that I'm doing with the pump stacks, so. Not enough Dwayne The Rock Johnson jokes. Yo, dude, you have no idea. I cut a couple. I actually went through and edited some of them out. I was like, this is just cringe. I'm like, I can't keep this going. But I did keep a couple chunks in that are just like, I don't know, I say it's another rock has arrived, and I just stick Dwayne's face on the word rock. I did that in a couple places. I actually wonder how many people notice that shit. Because it's pretty subtle and quick. Or like a rock will fly into the screen, and instead of being like the rock profile image, it'll just be like Dwayne's face. 4,300 something. It's my bad. I saw that message go by when you asked, Bug, but on, if you go to twitchtracker.com or Sully Gnome, I've streamed about 15,000 hours of Dwarf Fortress. Because I streamed a lot more hours every month during the pandemic, and didn't really... Basically, all of the time I put into YouTube now comes out of the hours that I used to stream. I used to stream, like, I don't know, 200 hours a month. Now I stream about 110, 140 to 140, depending on the month. Which is a much smaller number of overall hours. But it's healthier for me, so... I have to watch it again to see it all. I was also like, I'm way too proud about the end sequence for this one. If you haven't watched it yet. It's when the world appears, which is Suited Giraffe's shitpost from forever ago. That I've just like taken and used, which is the universal planet spinning. I'm just way too happy with like the bird landing on the finger thing. Like turned out way too well, because I always try and like think of something that's like unique to that video that would work. 21st century parody. Still a few in the middle there that I'm missing, but we'll just let them run and do this. Get all this put away and sorted. Like over animating, you just get caught up in the moment. Yeah, a little bit. Although there's a few parts of this video that I'm actually like not happy with, but it's got nothing to do with like the content of the video. It's I could have done a better job placing my camera. Like something that I think people don't really see with those videos actually is the part where I mean, you guys watch me streaming it, right? But you guys don't see me like trying to steady the shot, like especially during like fights at times, like the camera will move around a lot, and I cut a lot of that out. So like there will be points where I have to like edit and then re-edit the same fight multiple times just to make it coherent. And there's a few spots where I think I could have done a better job pointing a camera at one thing and not moving it so much. Sometimes if I've been playing a fort for too long or I'm bored, I get fidgety like this. And that makes it way harder to edit after the fact. And so there's a few points where like I kind of did the best that I could, but like I feel like it's harder to follow than it needs to be because of how I pointed the camera. And I need to be more mindful about that. Like I'm often very mindful about it when I'm like building a fortress that I'm expecting to make a video out of, like the worst map videos or the like the very heavily themed forts where I'm just following a single dwarf or something. But like I don't think about it so much when I'm just building a fort that then ends up being exciting enough that it becomes a video, like that one. Like I wasn't 100% on whether or not it was going to be a video until the fort was over. Like that's the difference there. Right? Like I'm not positive if that's going to become something or if it's even going to be entertaining enough to be, you know, worth making into a video. Oopsies. Cancel. Bedroom. Multi. There you go. Let's get these upset dwarves bedroomed. Aiming for the upset ones specifically. I'm not overthinking it. Like, this is how people improve, right? So in YouTube chat, Nick says, you always make phenomenal videos. Don't try to overthink it. You have a really unique personality and you're great at storytelling. I appreciate it. But, like, I think, like, a lot of what I did with this, like, the first stream after I upload a new video almost ends up being kind of like a decompression session for me because, like, when I make these videos, it's a lot of thinking. But, like, the thing that I really tried to do with this one is I tried to streamline my process of making videos. Like, this isn't me talking myself. It's just a fact. I'm not a very organized person. I'm not great at managing my time. Like, I'm okay. I'm not good. Like, you know, especially when it comes to my own work, streaming and videos. I don't have a boss. I don't have investors. I don't have anybody that I'm beholden to other than me. So, like, it's very easy for me to just kind of take too long doing something. I never give myself strict timelines, really. Like, I can do that, but I just kind of don't. And so there's a lot of things that I could do to just, like, make my job easier and more efficient that I don't really think about. And so when I'm talking about things like pointing the camera better, I'm not knocking the video. I feel like that chunk of editing took 2 hours longer than it needed to because I was fidgety with my mouse 3 weeks ago, you know? What do I think of the Dino update? I'm fascinated by it. I'm quite excited for it. I think I'm more just happy that animal people are getting clothing than anything, or getting some equipment sprites than anything. Like, that's maybe the biggest thing out of it for me. And the other thing that I'm really excited for is the and more, because the update states adding all of the animals and more. I want to know what the and more is. Because animals are cool, right? But it's, you know, there's a reason why a lot of the mods for Dwarf Fortress is just we're adding more creatures. I want to know what's coming in around this that hasn't been talked about yet. So I think that there's still a lot of unknowns with this that make it still excite, basically. So what do I think about it? I'm thumbs up, looking forward to it. Want to know what the more is. I will never say no to more animals. Don't care where they're from, fantastical, real, extinct or not. Could care less. Just more animals is good. I am fascinated by the option to make them extinct if you don't want them as a world gen setting. Like, that's really cool. So yeah, all good change is nothing that I'm, like, negative about. I just want to know what the and more is. Exactly, yeah. Well, what Fulger said, like, Dwarf Fortress, I've said this sentence too many times today. Dwarf Fortress, historically, it wasn't a game that would, like, announce things. It would just release things. And it would be like, Tarn would basically, like, Zach and Tarn would just make a blog post where they would say, like, go to this part of the game, do these things, look at this thing, and say this, you know, like this is what you should look for. But it was almost never particularly explicit as to what was coming. So we never really knew exactly what was happening or what to expect. And we're still kind of in that boat. Like, we don't know exactly what is coming or exactly what to expect. And that's very exciting. That they're leaving that window open still. I'm going to, I think, close this gate. And open this gate after the other one closes. So that's the first one. Let's just get this lava out of here. You lost internet for a moment? No! It's going to take a little bit to drain. It's going to be a little bit globally, but it'll be fine. It's probably also going to melt some stuff. But that's fine. And I need to make a corpse stockpile, which I'm just going to go put over here. Cool. Get rid of them corpses and body parts. At least get them out of the open air right there. And the other thing I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to make this go direct. And then I think just get rid of this whole area right here. So, yeah, I won't have exact thoughts until it's out, but for the moment, like, I'm just happy that, like, there's more animals coming to the game, because I think the game's needed that for a long time. It's been a long time since they've added more animals. Unless you count the necromancer experiments, which are kind of new animals. Kind of not. Kind of, but kind of not. So, it's been a while since they've added new creatures in the, like, this is the name of the animal that is now in the game kind of way. So it's been a while since they've added that, so that's exciting just on its surface. And then aside from that, it's a, well, what else have you got cooking? Because you've clearly got something else. I'm kind of theorizing that it's something world gem based, but we'll see. Kid Fox is also super busy because they, I don't know if you guys saw, but they also announced Thousand Hells, which is another game from the Dragon Pass developer, which is a franchise of games that I'm not very familiar with. I know they're narrative adventure games, but that's about it. So, Kid Fox is quite busy right now. I don't know. What do you guys think of the Dino update? Also, to the person asking about AI in the YouTube chat, save yourself the headache and just don't. Just don't. Or like maybe Google the name of the developer, Tarn Adams, and then AI, and then CEOs, and then go read the PC Gamer article where Tarn just talks shit about AI for a paragraph and a half. And CEOs for laying people off. Like it's not as useful in all cases as some people seem to think it is. That's just a normal mountain ride on a dino for a dwarf. Although I actually really like my dad's take on AI in a lot of workplaces, which is like, it's like having the world's most moronic assistant that you never hired that somehow almost costs as much as your salary. Which is a very funny take from my dad who just retired. He's like, at least my assistants can read my handwriting, was his take. What do I have for cloth at the minute? Very little of anything. Have I dug into this cavern layer yet? I have not. I do, however, want those spiders to spin me some webs. So you know what I'm going to do? If you've never seen this trick before, it's very useful. You should use it. Dig out a large area underground in a cavern layer that has a lot of spiders in it. Meaning a lot of spider webs. And then smooth and fortify the walls all the way around the edge. And then those spiders will populate this area and spin a whole bunch of webs for you. Maybe World Gen to speculate as part of the update. If you toggle them to be extinct, you get fossils. I would be so happy if that's the case. I would be ecstatic about that if that's the case. That's kind of one of those things that I'm hoping for, Fulgur, yeah. Dinosaur statues all over the tavern. Hey, chat, what would you say if I told you that there's already dinosaurs in Dwarf Fortress? Would you believe me? Because there is. Dinosaurs can already be forgotten beasts. So you can already have forgotten beast dinosaurs. Like, you can have pterodactyl forgotten beasts. There's various other Saurus is. I haven't been attacked by a forgotten beast thesaurus yet, but I'll let you know if that happens. Because I assume that's a dinosaur, right? I feel like if you're talking about, like, unicorns straight up exist. Like, you can find and train unicorns and get attacked by them. They're just only in very specific locations. Same like gnomes. But it's mammoths and minotaurs that or not minotaurs. Mammoths and was it chimera and the half-person, half-horse. What the fuck are those things called? You know what those things are called, right? Chat, what are the half-person, half-horses? Centaurs, thank you. It's the centaur of the topic. The centaurs. Cantors. Anyways, the contours that are... the centaurs are the other one, yeah. Same with wizards. Wizards are technically in the games, but they have the do not exist tag. The do not exist tag is maybe one of my favorite tags, which is the, I don't know, fuck it, we'll think about it later tag. There was a stream that I did with Zach and Tarn a while ago. It was one of the interviews, and they found a notebook with a bunch of original ideas for creatures for Dwarf Fortress in it. And we're going through some of them. And there's one that they mentioned that is really stuck in my brain, which is the words magma walrus. Because, like, there's magma crabs, right? So, like, in I guess their version of, like, the universe's lore, like, magma something is just like the ocean is just an ocean, right? And the magma sea is just another ocean. So it's like, I want them to add the magma octopus. That's or like a magma walrus. I want a magma jellyfish. You know? Who doesn't want the mogtopus? I just said that out loud and I feel dirty. Magma shark, damn right, son. You thought that the evil flying shark with lasers was scary. What about the evil flying shark with lasers made of lava? This is me trying to fill dead air while digging. I hope you're enjoying it. Otherwise, this is gonna be me going. Instead, it's me going on about magma octopuses and some shit, and the person who just tunes into the stream who has no idea what this game is going, what the fuck is this dude smoking? To which I would say, dwarves! Probably. Plump helmet wine. Is what? In the air, is that what we're striking? Hope the dwarfing's been good. You know, solid start today. Video is doing phenomenal, so very happy about that. Magma dolphins. Oh my god. Okay, so when we get the Myth and Magic World Gen update, I just want to, like, wish list a question. Can we have inverted world where the surface is hell and the, like, I just, okay, so you know how some, like, you know how some, what's the word? Like racing games, they'll have like, here's 20 tracks, and now you can play them backwards. You know how like that's a trope in video games? Well, what if you could play Dwarf Fortress, but you start in hell and dig down to normal land? What do you think? But I want to dig down to the above ground, you know? I want to dig to Dwarf Australia. That's... No. You don't dig up from hell. You dig down from hell. Yeah, and then there's just like a bunch of like 15 layers of blue and then a fucking forest down there. Yeah, it's like exactly like inverting. I didn't know you could do that in Terraria, but it's like inverting the world basically. New Zealand Fortress, yes. Or Antarctic Dwarf. I'm actually putting very little thought into this, but like that would be really fun. I've been thinking about like weird modifiers for Dwarf Fortress recently, purely because of the discussion that we had last week about randomizers, and imagining like what a Dwarf Fortress randomizer could be like if somebody made a true randomizer instead of the archipelago, which is what exists now. But playing a true Dwarf Fortress randomizer would be incredible. I just want to have to make bone bolts to make steel, you know, like in order, or like you actually craft steel breastplates out of yak hair. Adds a native option for Cavern Embark. I want like worlds with no sky. I really hope that as part of like the myths and magic stuff, we get worlds with no sky, because that's something I really want. Or the mostly because like I've been reading through a lot of classic DF stories, which is like, you know, ending up with the that's how I've been making those videos where I read old forum posts, which some people love and some people loudly dislike, but hey, you know, I think that they are relatively easy to make and are quite entertaining, so I'm gonna keep making them. And I think that there's one story that like isn't doable anymore. You can't build one layer beneath the sky. And there's a old story from the forums on Bay 12 of a person who built a fortress where they just built straight up and then put pillars attached to the top of the map and built a fortress at the top of the map. I wish there was still a way to do that. Like, I understand that was like a design issue that is no longer in the game. But my God, I wish there was a way to still do that. Because that is just such a neat aesthetic concept, you know? I don't know if it's necessarily a bug in that instance. At least I don't know if I would consider it a bug necessarily. It was more just like an oversight. But yeah. like the old alcohol and cat paws thing, or, you know, mothers dying because their babies are mind controlling them to death. Like all of that stuff, yes. I think when they're intended, they're good. I think when they're not intended, they can have bad side effects, but... You would think so many embarks would be broken. I mean, like, here's the thing, Irish Jet YouTube chat. I think it's totally cool to have a setting with a big-ass warning in the middle of the screen. As an example, like, I wish Dwarf Fortress had a random embark button. Because right now, the closest thing you can do to a random embark is play the tutorial, where it selects somewhere that isn't, like, supposed to get attacked right away, and that's kind of it. That's, like, close-ish to civilization. I want a true random button. That's what I want. Like, I think it would be really cool to just click a button, and it just gives you an embark. Like, I think that would be awesome. So... You know, I think we all have, like, different pet projects that we would love. We're in an ad break. I'm just going to leave the game paused until the ads are done. Greg and then some. Thanks for the 5-pack. Holy shit, dude. Arx Fatalis comes up a lot in this chat. Just a quick play mode? Yeah. Thanks for the new video. Happy to help, dude. Glad you enjoyed it. How to have undead biome in Generation of World. Like things resurrecting, you need to play on a haunted or terrifying map. And then you need to... It's a bit of a roll of the dice as to what effect you'll get. But you need like a very evil world. A lot of evil map gen. Oh, definitely ran past in the backdrop. That video wasn't character focused at all. Like, I had many dwarves in that fort that could have had their own videos made out of them. But I was very kind of set with I wanted that video to be like an hour. I didn't want it to go much longer than that. I didn't want it to be much shorter than that. I wanted it to be around that length, and I wanted to focus on fighting big monsters and making armies of big monsters. So... where I just let everyone die. If you want some ideas to work with, Miriam Faulty, watch my one tile fort. Because in that fort, sounds real bad. I swear it wasn't as inhumane as it sounds. I was starving my dwarves to death in cages so the bodies wouldn't rot, so I could resurrect them. Anyway. It was grim. No, it wasn't, okay? It was very ethical. Everyone was consenting, I think. It was fine. Nobody was traumatized, I don't think. I didn't ask them. So, what we don't know won't hurt us, eh? Yeah. Also, I got almost 200 subscribers on YouTube since yesterday. Holy shit. Nifty. Thank you. Also, thanks to everybody who's watching on the YouTube side. Appreciate you guys. Agua Moose. Thank you very much for the 19th monthly prime and the potato. I mean, if we're talking about concentric as in everyone was in a concentric circle, then yes, definitely. It was like an Ouroboros of that. For reference, if you missed it, chat, I'm making a big open space in this area so that I can smooth and fortify the walls so that those spiders can enter this area and spin webs That is literally what I'm doing, because this cavern layer has most of the spiders in it, and the other layers seem to be kind of empty when it comes to spiders. Like, there was webs, but we've cleared them all already. So I'm doing this to get silk, which is actually a pretty effective method of getting silk into a fortress. See? Spider. Right there. But you need to put holes in the walls for them to come in. It's all frozen. But, like, I mean, does that count as messing with water? Or maybe it's more dewatering the water. We are on an ocean, by the way, and we are in the Arctic. So it's certainly a mess. Yeah, also I've got a very large glass industry. Cats do hunt the cave spiders, so I hope I don't have many of them. Oh, it's just creeping eyes. Why do I have a trained Crundle? Please die. Yeah, I do have a singular cat, but there ain't too much I can do about that because it's named, so I can't get rid of it. I can't decat the cat, unfortunately. But yes, cats will drop the population of spiders and lower the... I could pen pasture it in an area. I could lock it up here, which might actually not be a bad idea. I basically never pen pasture cats, though. It's just a bunch of having to move cat jobs. The reason I do this manually, even though I don't need to, is I just want to see how many beds I have left approximately, so... If you know you have enough, then you don't need to worry about doing this. Dwarves will just claim them periodically, but... Also sometimes like to prioritize the more upset ones. Still got a ways to go, hey? But we're getting there, catching up. Good. We're making some progress. Making good time. Kids take their own bedrooms once they're, like, closer to adulthood. They tend to just kind of share them. Although, something that I think is odd is hunters just don't sleep in bedrooms. I've never figured out why. It's like if a dwarf is assigned as a hunter, they just straight up won't sleep in a bedroom. It's always kind of baffled me as to why that's the case, but it is. Okay, I think this is enough space for bedrooms, but I'm going to need more. So the way I'm going to make more is I'm going to do this. I'm going to do loft units, except these are the upper floors. This is where you empty your dustpans, is down into the lower levels. Into the gutter homes. Not that they really care, though. Uh-oh. Mubby. Wouldn't want you sharing a front door. A new video is very neat. I'm glad you liked it. Appreciate it, man. is to I should realize is to shut some goblin or whoever that doesn't starve in a room overseeing a place where most combat will take place and see how much trauma they can occur over time. Wow, and I thought I was mean. Jesus, dude. They'd probably just be wallowing in... You know, you could do that with, like, a minotaur. You wouldn't even need to do that with, like, a goblin. But I'm glad you like it, Gamerflix. It's doing extremely well. Like, it's, like, 2 times what I was expecting it to do in the first... Not even 24 hours. Like, basically my bar for videos is if they hit 100,000 views, it's successful. Because that's about where I need it to be worth the time investment, if that makes sense, to make a video like that. And they almost always hit it. I've had like 1 or 2 that didn't. But they usually hit it within like 30 to 90 days. This one is almost halfway to 100K. It's at almost 40,000 views. It'll be at 40,000 views in about an hour. And it hasn't even been up for 24 hours, which is crazy. I tend to agree, Miriam. Like, it's a game that's really well suited for that type of video. The people love dragons. Should I have left in the bad dragon joke? Was it bad that I cut that? I did keep in the the Johnson joke, but I try to keep those videos. Okay, so I had a comment once which has like resonated with me. And it was this person who's just like, I'm watching this video with my 3-year-old. And I was like, oh God, children watch these. And so now I'm like, okay, how do I like make these body in a way that are funny to an adult and lol so random to a kid, but not like obvious? You know what I mean? Like how do I just like make a joke that would make an adult cackle, but like still be funny to a kid without just being crass? It's a pretty fine line, I gotta say. It's a pretty fine line. Subway Surfers gameplay. So, I'll be honest, I don't know what Subway Surfers is. I think it's a mobile game. When people started talking about Subway Surfers initially, I thought people were talking about like surfing in Counter-Strike. I was like, the fuck are we talking about? I'm confused. And then I saw it once and I didn't realize it was a real game. It's very popular back in 2012. Not for me. Also, it seems like it's more popular now. I mean, I know what Temple Run is, but like, I don't know. Do you ever just like not like hear something mentioned and just think it's something and then realize that it's something completely different and you were completely off base as to what it was? That's me in Subway Surfers. Like, I thought it was something completely fucking different. You like it when Blind is happy? Appreciate it. I like it when I'm happy. It doesn't happen very often. I'm usually just kind of somewhere mid. Or between, like, mid and unhappy. The band that made Pepper. You mean the Red Hot Chili Peppers? But you're obsessed with mobile games, but the last mobile game you played was Angry Birds? You know, I gotta be honest, Angry Birds was pretty good. Like, it's maybe like the least offensive mobile game I've ever played. Like, I played that original Angry Birds. I bought it. I beat it. I enjoyed it. I heard that movie was totally fine. I also saw somebody posting on social media recently that the Angry Birds movie was, the first one was better than the Mario movies. And I kind of haven't seen either of them, so I can't say, but I believe it. Of extremely forgettable game movies is upon us. And, like, no, is anybody actually surprised that it's Nintendo making very forgettable movies? Like, I ain't. Also, we're all caught up. Hallelujah. Okay. I do now need to get them properly furnished, but step 1 is done. Look, we've got Cave Spider Silk coming in. Let's hotkey this. It's gonna be F4. Here I am again. It's like the ADHD humor kicking in. Probably, Jody. You don't remember any films from Nintendo? Just remember that they're making a live-action Legend of Zelda. That's all that you really need to know. Bedrooms don't need doors. Period. But you can multi-make bedrooms as long as they're enclosed with 4 walls, and stairs are not considered an entrance by multi-room. To the question in YouTube chat. You heard that Star Fox showed up in the Mario Brothers movie for some reason? Star Fox showed up in the Mario Brothers movie because they're remastering the Star Fox game that they know how to remaster, because they don't know how to make a new Star Fox game. And whenever they pay somebody to do it, it's bad. Although, you know, people talk shit about the later Star Fox games. I get it. Star Fox Assault was totally fine. And Adventures was also totally fine. It just wasn't a very good Star Fox game. That's my 2 cents. The one on the Wii U was fucking garbage, but Assault was totally fine. It was an all-right on-rail shooter. It was like a 6 out of 10. Would I pay full price for it? No. It's great on Dolphin, though. I mean, you could say that about a lot of Nintendo's IPs. You loved Dinosaur Planet? I kind of wish that that game wasn't a Star Fox game. Black Kaiser in YouTube chat has a question. How does zoning for rooms work? Do you need to include walls in a doorway? So, like, literally... Here, this is a good spot. This is a bedroom and will function as long as it has a bed. If this is a bedroom right here with a bed there, no walls, nothing, it'll function as a bedroom. If you put a chest in it, the dwarf will put their chest placeable items in there when they have too many things to hold. So food, things like flasks, etc., jewelry. But they'll only take them off if they're in the military and they need to put on a uniform. So, like, if they're wearing, like, a bunch of crowns and necklaces and rings and stuff, and then you put them in a squad and tell them to replace their clothing, then they will take all that stuff off and put it into the chest. Cabinets, they will put their clothes in. It doesn't need walls and it doesn't need a door. That's optional. The reason people put walls and doors on is for safety, and also so that if you have, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms made, all with doors with a bed inside, then you can click this and you can click multi and go boop. But that won't work if they're all in the open, because if it's all in the open and you go to bedrooms and you click multi and you go boop, it'll make a dormitory. But, like, the more pieces of furniture, nicer the walls, the higher value the walls, the higher value the room is as a whole, the happier the dwarf is about that room, which makes it easier to keep them happy. So like the reason people do 4 walls, floors, and a door is because it makes them happy, not because it's necessarily like easier to do or any other reason. It's like safety and happiness. Yeah, also like if you have a bad dwarf, you could lock them in or whatever, you know. If a forgotten beast comes in and murders a dwarf in their sleep, then you can lock the beast in the room. All those useful legendary reasons. I should just like dig out all of this over here. And then I should crank up the wheelbarrow count. We should have a wheelbarrow brigade for a bit. Save the game. Let me just finish queuing up all of this flooring first. I see the spots I fucked up. Don't worry, I'll go back and fix it. This is probably the most miners I've had in a fortress. Maybe not ever, but certainly in a very long time. You love playing this game, but you always thought I lacked when it came to understanding the zoning. There's very little to understand, really. Like, the only thing that a bedroom needs to function is a bed. And the only difference between a bed in a bedroom zone that is assigned to a dwarf and just a bed in the open is the dwarf gets a happy thought when they sleep in their bedroom and they have somewhere to put their stuff. That is it. Instead of just leaving them where I am, because if I let them populate into this area, then I can access them without having to go out into the caverns, which at the minute I don't have much of a military, so that would be a bit of a liability. I do, however, have a fuckload of miners with a lot of pickaxes, so that makes mining a very quick process. It's just easier to have a bunch of miners at the moment, or because I have a bunch of miners at the moment. And there's no real benefit to accessing this cavern, really. I mean, it's a completely dead cavern with nothing in it but mud. What am I seeing? I'm seeing like a flickering in OBS. Just stare at it a little bit more, see what's happening. But like... Is there like a full screen flicker happening on OBS, or am I just seeing things? I might just be seeing things. Eyes are playing tricks on me. Free farmland? I mean, it's not free. I'd have to contest with whatever wild animals are out there, but... See, this is the problem, though. Which one of you fucking killed that? Stupid cat. I'm gonna go up onto the pen, up to the surface here, and just go haboop, haboop. I might chain a cat up, chat. But I actually, no, I can't. You can't chain cats up because because they're named. I don't know if it's always been that way, but I don't remember it being that way. And it bothers me that you can't chain up named animals. Oh, absolutely. I'm pretty sure from the last time that I experimented with them, this is actually more efficient. I mean, it's less efficient, but it's more efficient because I'm just giving them a really large space. So instead of having like 3 or 4 making silk, I just have like this whole area that'll make silk. Also, it's a lot of mining experience. But yes, I could in fact do that. But I still have to access them to catch them, right? So I would need to make an area like this. So if I made traps, let's say wooden animal traps. Wooden animal trap. And I made them all out of the same material so they're easier to figure out and sort. Then I go up to here and then... Oh, fuck, I do not want to keep those there. Let's just do this. This is going to be a workshop / storage for clothing and such. Which is why people need them for purring maggots. Well, purring maggots are like any other what's it called? Vermin, where something needs to expose them to find them. Unless they're the ones that expose themselves like spiders. I don't recall there being any specificity as to what type of creature you could catch, so I just ended up with like cage traps filled with random creatures I didn't want, but we'll fuck with it. Why not? But this is working already. I mean, there's already... Yeah, see? It's working. Look at that. Magical. See? We got one dwarf collecting webs. Yeah, like you just end up with a bunch of like fucking mog hoppers and like... What was happening the last time I did this actually was I kept catching fire snakes, which need iron or steel cages, or they burn the cages. So I just ended up with little fires melting my cage traps, which was like, fucking stop. You're still confined to mining out perfect layouts? How do you know that they're perfect? Did you ask anybody? Did you ask the dwarves if they're perfect? And if you hate things that... Oh man, I was gonna say that this is a bit harsh. Can I say the harsh thing? It's a joke. I don't mean anything by it. If you insist on everything being symmetrical, have you looked in a mirror recently? Green. I think I ruined somebody's life with that joke once. Because I, like somebody left a comment, they were just like, I hate anything that isn't symmetrical. Like, I need things to be perfect in order for me to tolerate looking at it. I'm like, you must not like looking at yourself in the mirror then. I felt real bad. After I said that, I was like, oh shit. That's really me. I mean, I do... I mean, each workshop... Wait, hold on. Are you saying, like, each workshop has its own little square room around it? Because that's a very old school style. That's, like, from the era of, like, before we knew how strange moods worked. So people would just lock dwarves up. I don't know. So some people are just much more brutal. And I'm, like... I don't know, just good enough at compensating for a lot of systems that I don't feel the need to be horrible to the dwarves like that, I guess. Your left can reach wider and it's so frustrating. Yeah, that ain't an issue I have. I've got a woodcrafter. Lanced Riven. It's been taken by the aspect of the Fae. That's the second strange mood that this fort's had? Or like that one pianist who Chet can probably suss out the name of this dude, but there's the one pianist who wrote a bunch of music and nobody has been able to play it since because his hands were like bigger than everybody else's. My right arm is longer than my left arm by 2 centimeters. Sure, that Rachmaninoff. Yeah, that sounds right. Or Rachmaninoff. Yeah, that sounds right. People just roll the chords. Yeah, but that's a fun name to say, though. Dwarf is bored after being unable to practice a craft. Well, this will sort that, I think. It would be more like Rach Shorty Nuff. Or the Dwarfenoff. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I mean, the redemption is up. Like I have no control over what gets named. Although I also I don't have any musician dwarves in the fort, so. Yeah, I kind of miss that. The hitboxes for the workshops. Moreb, what kind of dwarf would you like? Please and thank you. I miss them, but I don't. I'll put it that way. I miss them, but I don't. They were very inconvenient, but yeah, I do miss them. A clother or a dyer? So I hate to break it to you, but everybody in this fort is a miner. Because I have a lot of pickaxes and a very legendary miners guild, but I think I have a couple weavers. Got a leatherer. Somehow I have fisher dwarves. Don't know how. But yeah, I don't have any. I have a gelder. I have a thresher. The weaver's taken, I think. Yeah, so like I could do the leather worker if you want. But that's the closest I got. You know, honestly, YouTube. So chat, I'm just gonna ask permission to break my rule to name a dwarf Rock Mine Enough. MX Beanie. What are you majoring in? Miners. It's a very chromatic sentence. Leatherworker cap. Moreb, less problems. Only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He has a tendency to consider positive sentiments and a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to consider what others think of him. He has a greedy streak, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tends to avoid physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. And when he's thinking, his body becomes very still, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees competition, not cooperation. Competition as wasteful and silly. He believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. And he values honesty and dreams of raising a family. He likes trifle pewter as well as pink tourmaline and dog leather and the color accrue, male shirts, floodgates and soybean plants for their milk, and the words of the fatal death and the sight of the fabulous satin, and when possible prefers to consume moonsnail, purple amaranth, beer, and pearl mullet flower, and absolutely hates, flies. He's 25 years old. He's married to Alath, who is a miner. And, sometimes people ask, do dwarves ever share beds? Yeah, they do, when their sleep pattern lines up. That's adorable. They're cuddling. All right. This isn't necessarily going to actually be a dwarf that is good at music, because I don't really have any way to figure that out. But I can name this dwarf Rock, Mine, and Off. How about enough? Yes, that's what we call it, Eric. Cuddling. Underneath the bed. Oh boy. That, or they are just like lying directly on top of each other, but like both facing upwards in like normal, perfectly flat lying down position, perfectly balanced on top of each other. Anyway, it's just a very low down punk bed is what it actually is. Rachmaninoff is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He is often cheerful, though he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. He is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this, sounds like an artist, since he values friendship and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and it doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and often feels envious of others. And he likes to take it easy and isn't given to flights of fancy. He inhales sharply when he's angry, and he scratches his ear when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors but grumbles mildly at shite weather. And is a hardened individual. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally is disgusted by merrymakers and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. He likes bismuth and aluminum and citrine and giant sloth bear tooth, gems, trousers, and ballista arrows, never letting you be a baron, rabbits for their ears, and the words of the fatal death, and when possible prefers to consume snowy owl, you monster, and cuttlefish, and wild carrot plants, 2-grain wheat beer, and giant tapir's milk, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Well, you'll hate it here. And you're married to no mold, by the way, who might need to inspect your brain to figure out why you like to eat snowy owls. No, not pick. Strange mood is what I'm looking for. Okay, so we've got bloodthorn logs, yak leather, and cave spider silk cloth. And steel bars. Yeah, we got a patch coming, which is exciting. The most exciting part to me, Jesse, about that patch announcement is the what's the word? Is the statement that and more is in the list. So it's like all of this and more. And it's like, all right, what's the and more? You sneaky buggers. What are you plotting that you haven't told us yet? 'Cause there's something, and we know this. That's going to be a lot of blocks all at once. Also, once this is built, probably, I'm going to embiggen this significantly. How many wheelbarrows do I have? 64. Excellent. Can I imagine if it's a card game that the dwarves would play? Okay, well, how about this? Instead of a card game that the dwarves play, how about it's a curd game that the dwarves play, and they use blocks of cheese, and they go cheese bowling? Thoughts? That was the closest word to card that I could think of. I don't know. There's already dice in the game, so, like... Chat, name a board game that uses a dice. That uses dice as the primary item. Not just, like, you know, any game with dice. Bowling with a block. That's hard mode bowling, man. Although there's spiky balls. My experience is that Tarn gets coy. When Tarn gets toy, you start mining pillars full of magma and artifacts in the caverns. If Alexandra wrote it, who knows? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if Alexandra wrote it and it says, and more, that could mean, like, and bug fixes. If Tarn wrote it and it says, and more, it could mean, you can mine clouds now. It could mean, like, anything. So, yeah, honestly, Yahtzee's the thing that I was thinking of. Yahtzee's the game that I was thinking of. Knucklebones is an album for a random band that I guarantee you nobody here has heard of before. I didn't know it was a card game or a game that people play. So, learn something every day. Let's just make one vermin catcher shop. I'm gonna go clothing. Let's go loom. And clothing. Let's make a dyer shop. I don't know if I'm gonna use it for much, but I'm gonna make one. And let's go. I'll put the clothes over there. Parcheesi, that's another game. Catan. I mean, that does use dice, but it doesn't primarily use dice. Catan would be a very dwarfy game, though. Catch live animal. Yeah, this is the issue. Is like because I can't specify what type of live animal. So if I do the catch live animal job, I need the odds to be really high that they go and catch me a spider. I love that this dwarf saw Kaz die. Oh, geez. Okay, I was going to say in my previous fort, but no, in this fort, because Kaz did die in this fort. What'd you catch? Live spider. Well, that's good. And now let's figure out what I can do with these. Let's try that first. Saigon the Woodcrafter has created a Nosingolusis, a bloodthorn earring, and offers it to the Pineapple of Sponges. That's an earring. It's a bloodthorn earring. Sounds pretty metal. It's like the thing that the goth kids would wear. It is encircled with bands of bloodthorn, crundlebone, and steel and catbone. Yep, absolutely a goth kids thing. This object menaces with spikes of sardonyx. And on the item is an image of 2 spore trees in yak leather. On the item is an image of circles in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of tapered baguette cut gems in steel. That's pretty dope. That is, in fact, pretty dope. I can make onion skin die? What if I want to make the onion skin live? And also, I'm going to give that to my mayor, who's currently shirtless and running around with a crutch. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I don't know. I would love to see board games added to Dwarf Fort. Although, actually, I haven't checked. There wasn't a post on bay12games.com/dwarves. There was only a post on the Steam page. I don't know. Maybe. It's like they're trying to figure out if Tarn wrote that or if Kit Fox wrote that. I have a question, chat. I realize this is kind of, maybe even, based on what era of Dwarf Fortress you're coming from, kind of taboo to talk about, but I've got a question. How do you feel about them expanding the underworld? Because, one, this is just my take. I feel like most people watching this stream probably either don't know what the underworld is or that it even exists. Which I kind of consider to be a bit of an issue when it comes to expanding the overworld. Because I always see people... I've gotten a bunch of comments about, like, this subject, which is why I'm bringing it up, on the most recent video. Of, like... Well, like, they basically just wishing that the overworld had more... Or that the underworld had more to it. Like, more unique things, more reason to go there. I want to beg the question, with the way the underworld works right now, should you even be incentivizing people to go there because it takes so long? And if there's unique things that are powerful there outside of the adamantine, wouldn't the game just become a grind fest of like, all right, now I got to dig down into hell? Outside of like an optional side challenge? Like, don't get me wrong, I like the underworld in theory, but like I do kind of worry about how you would actually go about expanding the underworld without making it like insufferable. If that makes any sense. You think it's fine as is? You don't mind them doing anything that adds content? That's fair. That's fair, yeah. Good take. Is what makes the world feel bigger? Sure, yeah, I guess. And then, like, when you see the underworld for the first time and it becomes a question of, wait, is that vanilla? I got a lot of comments like that, especially during the, like, premiere of the last video. Which is kind of awesome when you actually think about it. People not even realizing that content exists is kind of a neat thing. I mean, even if it's just like sometimes the underworld is prettier, you know, like that kind of already counts as varying quite a bit. Also, I think the surface is cooling because the frame rate went up by 10 recently. Okay, so now I've got this tame cave spider. So what the frick can I do with this tame cave spider? Can I place the cage now? I think I can. You have an office. Why are you not managing? I have a lot of hours in Songs of Six. It's okay. I don't feel like rambling about Songs of Six for 2 hours today. I don't like it as much as I think you think I would like it. I don't dislike it, though. It's like a 7 out of 10. It's okay. Underworld Siege Invasions? Does it come with spandex, though? You said the word Underworld. Do I have to put it in a pasture? I genuinely do not know. It's probably extract from land animal. Question is, what shop does that take? It's gotta be a farmer's shop, isn't it? It's gotta be. Nope, that's all process. Kitchen, maybe? Nope. I mean, sounds like you've never used Mark's Dwarves because you don't need to close as quickly as you can before everyone dies if you use Mark's Dwarves, because by the time your soldiers get there, they're so injured and battered and blasted into pieces that you can just show up and stab the remainder. It sounds like you should use Mark's Dwarves more. But I think that the cheese of Dwarf Fortress combat is what makes the combat special. Like, being able to make a weird thing work is what's fun about Dwarf Fortress. At least when it comes to combat. I don't really want Dwarf Fortress to be a super accurate tactics game. I think that if it becomes that, it would lose some of the enjoyment that I have for it at the very least. When you had to stack armors, you still can. And also, you never had to. You could, and people would tell you you have to. There's a lot of things that people have done in this game that you've never had to do. And stacking armor is one of those things. Will every so often drop a goat or a horse down there. Huh. Walk Spell, thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Appreciate you, friend. I'm still waiting for I'm just waiting for the day that somebody gets mad on the forums, Discord, or Reddit because a tantrum happened and a wizard tantrumed and cast Fireball. Like, I'm waiting for that. It's gonna happen. It's not a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when, and I'm waiting. I'm ready. I'm ready for someone to be upset about Dwarf casting Fireball. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that spider. I'm assuming that it'll just periodically create webs. I'm not sure. I genuinely have no idea. So, we'll find out. We'll find out. I can't place it. I've tried. There is no way to place it. I can make it available as a pet now, but that's it. Not even with a pit? I didn't look. Oh yeah, you can throw a thing into a pit. Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll try that. Can you tell that I've never done this? Like, doesn't matter how many hours you have in this goddamn game. Like, some things I just haven't done. Although I have a weird feeling it's just going to run away if I do that, but maybe I'm off base. Although I have collected mog juice before, but that's just extracted at the unrelated workshop. And keep them very far away from the cats so that they don't kill them. Tame cave spider. You. Even among DF vets. Oh, that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Oops, wrong side. So now what? I guess I now have a cave spider silk farm. I hope that they'll stay in this area. Because if not, that's unfortunate. Hatch on the stairs on the pit. If I have to lock it down there, I don't even know if it's worth it. But we'll see. I'm just kind of experimenting with it anyway. I've also got a Crundle, which is right there. I'm gonna get trained. And then, since I'm done with the construction and all that stuff, you here are going to be enlarged. I'm going to bump you up to 50 wheelbarrows. Time to get wheelbarrowing. There's going to be a lot of hauling jobs in a minute, because everybody's going to be hauling a shit ton of boulders. Did they put it back into there? All right, now I'm even more confused. I guess maybe what I should do. Yeah, because I now only have one tame spider. So no, they do leave. Or they go back into a cage. I'm not sure which. Don't know how this is supposed to work, chat. Gotta be honest. So maybe what I could do is I could make a little room, drop them in there. Wait for them to... Well, maybe actually make it a bigger space. Wait for them to spin a bunch of webs and then let them out? I don't know. This seems way less straightforward than just, you know, letting the dwarves collect some webs. Which I think is probably why people don't do this super often. This could also be a completely different one, I don't know. You fought with hell and tamed spiders? I don't know if that's like out there enough for people to catch it, but maybe. Should make a Forgotten Beast silk farm. You've always had a hard time getting those to work. Don't! Because unless they've changed it, you can't sell named silk items. I don't know why. But no, you shouldn't make a Forgotten Beast silk farm. There's no actual benefits. You should just do what I'm doing down here. This exact thing. Just find an area with a whole bunch of spiders and then cut out the area. And then try and keep your fucking cats from killing them. Stupid animals. But I've got this cat pastured up there, so it should be fine. But don't bother making a Forgotten Beast silk farm unless it's convenient. Because it's actually not great, generally. I'm in an ad break, so I'm just leaving the game paused and doing a lap around, doing this. You usually throw birds into a pit. I'm sensing an issue with throwing a flying creature into a pit, but... I don't know if I can name the spider, but if I can, I will name the spider. I can't name the spider. What else would you like me to name instead? I mean, you can name the spider. That's fine. But I can't. The power of your imagination can run as wild as it wants, though. It used to literally be just useless. But no, it's not. The extract from animal jobs aren't useless. It's one of those... I don't know. It's kind of like mead. It's like, can you use it for things? Yes. Are there more practical, significantly more efficient, less tedious ways to do the same thing? Most cases, yes. It won't become nameable if it gets adopted. And I can tell you this right now. This is an assumption, but you see this? There's no quill, right? If I go to a random unadoptable animal, there's a quill. I'm not going to wait. Would you like a name or would you like me to refund it? I could make a statue of a spider and name it Skitters, but it's not going to let me name it, I guarantee you. Like, I don't need to guess. It's not going to. If it doesn't let me do it right now, it won't let me do it later. How many subs to unlock imagination? 70 trillion. I don't know why I said trillion. That's a very large number. Are there spider people in DF? Yes. There's brown recluse spider people, and then there's jumping spider people, and at least one other. That's very original, and nobody has ever done that before, I assure you. Dragon then some. All right, so Kage Jitai, I'm going to refund that, but I will give you a spider statue because I'm not going to see if it becomes nameable. It's not going to become nameable. But I will make you a spider statue. In adventure mode, spider people have the ability to make webs. Yes, I don't think they do that in fortress mode, though. At least not that I've ever seen. Every now and again, you'll see, like, brown recluse man silk, which is always a little distressing, but... Oh, no, that's extract, not catch. Huh. Yeah, I don't think there's any way... I mean, the reason you see animal people milk is because the way trading works is it literally just selects random liquids based on the population of that faction and just plops them in there. It's the same reason you get, like, bee venom. It's like, it's not really supposed to be there. You know, we were talking earlier about, like, bugs versus kind of features, and, like, that is technically a bug. It is not supposed to do that, but it does. So, you know, not much you can really do. Why did this human caravan... The question isn't why did they sell them. The question is why on earth did you buy them? The fuck are human doing over there? It's like when a dwarf prefers to eat live bees. What the fuck are you doing over there, you like dwarf? So, Cuzzy Kudye in YouTube chat says, my arachnophobic ass would not survive long in the world. I was curious a long time ago. I'm no longer curious. I've cured that problem with my brain. No, ages ago I was curious, and I wanted to know just how many vermin were on a map because my cats kept killing vermin. So what I did was I went and dug into the game's raws a little bit and figured out, like, the approximate number of vermin per map. And I was able to deduce that there was in the neighborhoods of billions of spiders per world. So, just thought you'd like to know that. That's all. All right, so let's go up to here. Because I got something I got to do. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing... Yeah, probably just the corners. Now that this is all clear. I also need to grab this lever and give it a yank to unlock this door. Dwarves are busy at the minute, it turns out. And a lot of that is just putting all this stuff away. Although, I'm going to go down to here and go up to here. And just forbid a whole bunch of this. Just to shorten down travel times for a wee bit. I'm going to focus on these lower levels. Spider fort? Not really. There are spiders in this fort, but I wouldn't call it a spider fort. Dinos, June 25th, yeah. Sooner than I thought, but also around when I thought. I thought that the announcement for that would be a few days earlier, but the actual release date of it is sooner than I thought. Then the other thing I'm going to do is collect sand. It's late winter. 5,000? No. 1,000! I'm going to make 1,000 green glass blocks. Green glass block. 1,000. About 980, actually. You need a zombie T-Rex stat. It'll have at least 2 strength. Is that a good enough stat? T-Rex zombie rolls initiative. That squad's never coming back from raids due to deserting is not a bug. But I'm slightly confused by that. That used to happen often. You haven't done any raiding lately, and your legends always says that your dwarves attack the targeted site instead. So if you haven't done it lately, then yes, it was a bug, because there was issues where a few things could cause dwarves to leave and then never come back. Those bugs have been fixed. So if they leave and not come back now, it should be a bug, unless that, or it should not be that bug anymore because that bug has been fixed. I don't know, like, when you did this last, but the thing that you need to remember is if you did something not a long time ago, what I'm saying now probably isn't relevant to what you did a long time ago. That's something that you need to remember, Ekwu. Like November last year. I'm trying to remember when that patch came out. Was that pre or post Siege update? Or was it Siege update? I would need to actually go look at patch dates. But anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is you should try and siege things more often, because I guarantee you that if you've had situations where dwarves have disappeared in the past, it's not going to happen anymore. Purely because of the fact that they've literally fixed that bug. So that's the more important takeaway here. Like, I could not tell you how many things I invaded in the last fort, which there's a video up now. You could go watch it. And we didn't have a single squad disappear. No, actually, I think I'm good. I don't need to know more. Cheers, Ekwu. But no, it is possible, like, if the commander dies or if certain things happen, it is possible for characters to desert, and I have seen that before. There was a very long-running bug as well, which would cause dwarves to get, you know, what's the word? Separated from the group? Not. Just disappear from the map and never come back. There's also, the only thing that I know of that can still cause it is if you have a war dog assigned to one of the militia dwarves that is chained up or unable to separate from the rest of the squad. And that war dog, for whatever reason or another, ends up getting, like, stuck in that place. Like, it can't move. That could cause a squad to not make it off the map. Like if that dog's locked in a room and can't leave that room, that could cause a squad to seemingly never come back because this whole squad hasn't technically left yet. Is the only thing that I know of that could still cause that. But also you need to remember that my experiences aren't necessarily going to be equal to what yours are. So if you've seen something that I haven't, that's more recent, then I'm totally open to the possibility of not witnessing something. Because this is a game of edge cases, right? Nat Leader says, my last fort entered a golden age without any enemies left. He retired it after that. Didn't fight anyone. They just felt like making peace because all of the dudes they were losing besieging you. Oh, that's interesting. Did you like demand peace or did they offer it? Like, how did that happen? Well, Dwarf Fortress is a game about edge cases, whereas RimWorld's a game about edgy cases. Nick in YouTube chat. If you assign lots of war animals to a squad, you can they can just never leave since they wait for the whole squad to be off the map before they embark. Yeah, also, like, I had a squad that I thought didn't come back in the last fortress, and then I realized that 2 of the dwarves were in prison for 200 days. So, you know, like, they couldn't leave because that happened. That's why I said edgy. I'm not going to give them the rank of royalty. Come on. I'm just talking shit. It's all in good fun. You sent a diplomat now? Gotcha. You still furious at the colony? Yes. Yes, you are. Although you're not haggard or anything, so this is all recoverable. You're just shaken because you got a major injury. Which is kind of ironic that you're the doctor, but it's all healed. I mean, like, you were taken to the bed, you were given a bunch of dressings, presumably ranch. I'm joking. Horsehair. Ranch, you know? Pretty bad hip injury and foot injury and skull injury. Pretty bad hip injury, foot injury, and skull injury. Yes, you can. You just have to dig through the ocean. They're asking if I can access rock on an ocean. This is rock, so yes. That is a factual statement. I don't know what else to say to it. Or what I would need to do to change your mind. Also, Eklo, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you. Means a lot. I would like to mention the funniest time that I had happen once where a squad was unable to leave the map, and it was because a tree grew into place and blocked a dwarf in the caverns. So a tree decided to just be full size suddenly, and a dwarf got stuck in the caverns. It was genuinely one of the funniest fucking things. One of the funniest fucking things. Even though it made my frame rate go to 0. But we fixed it once I chopped the tree down. Dwarf stick. Dwarf very stuck. They've got her where? Everywhere. That's what happens when you fall downstairs and get hit by a truck. There you go. I was going to say, some farming should be happening here. Okay, so I've got cave hoppers and spouters. I'll try and tame them. Sure, it'll be fine. What, it's just like a tree romancer's just like showed up and like inferred the trees into growing faster? I was going to make a dining hall over here, wasn't I? Should do that. And then this can be... Oops. Am I out of... Ha! I am in fact out of copper, it looks like. It's down here that I'm supposed to go. You smelt me some tetrahedrite. So all that's tetrahedrite right there. And then I'll be able to make all this copper crap that's currently canceling repeatedly, apparently. Whoops. That's all on me. And then I already have a squad, or a bunch of dwarves that more or less run a squad. I should probably just go through and read all their job choices and just get you guys equipping that at the very least. Your current fort you decided to let your tavern be free for visitors for the first time in a while. And now I got like 20 human bards and poets living in your fort. Hell yeah. That's the way we like to do it. Just piles of bards. Yeah, I don't know. I still am looking forward to and awaiting the day where a lot of the villains stuff gets balanced a little bit better, but we are just such a far way away from that. A far cry away from that, if you will. Okay, so these are all of my tame... Oops, no, not that one. Those are all my tame live spiders. So I'll see if I can throw them in there and leave them there. You wish it would show the squad icon in the labor menu? That would be lovely. I just kind of go by who has armor on. Is generally what I do. Like, if they have armor on, then I just kind of assume that, you know, they're in a squad. Or they're not. And that's usually kind of enough for me. Gonna make some shirts because this dwarf has a real shite shirt on. I just don't have enough silk right now. So now we'll find out if throwing these dudes down into here will help. Or if it won't. I don't know. It may just release them. We'll see. We will see. In your current they're being because their bedrooms are not assigned to the tavern. You can if they've like asked to live permanently, like stay in the fort, for entertaining visitors or whatever. You can just assign them a bedroom, which will clear that need. Hey, chat, Darius used to be rich. Could I get a round of beers? Also, streamer here needs to use the washroom, and an ad break is going to run in 4 minutes. I'm going to quick save and run the ad break. And then I will be right back after I'm done using the washroom. Give me like, I don't know, 90 seconds. I will be right back. I returneth. You never get the spiders trapped, even if you bait it with meat. I'm convinced it's just because, like, they just go for whatever's closest. So I've just made sure that the spiders are closest, but... Alright, let's see, what else do I have? Just additional live spiders. And an additional live spider. Also, the dwarves aren't baiting these with anything. So it does make me kind of wonder, like, if they need to be baited. There we go. We've got more webs building up. We are running low on food, which is maybe not great. Let's just go here and go kitchen. Just make some food. Labor, kitchen. Yeah, just don't cook those plump helmets or the plump helmet wine. These can all be cooked though. So that'll be fine. Dwarves only need ale? Bet. I don't need them to start eating my spiders. I'm just going to say make fine meal and repeat. Let's jump up to here. And then this outer wall is Gabbro. Sweet. So now I need to give them the gift of Gab. I also kind of screwed this up a little bit, but that's okay. I can fix it. I can fix it. Actually, no, there's an even easier way for me to fix it. What I can do is I can do this. So basically every 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then there, and 1, 2, 3. Let's just put it right there, it's fine. Probably put one right there as well, but we'll wait for that to be done. Just need these to be relatively evenly spaced. So what I'm going to do, well, actually, what I'm trying to do here is I'm making a setup where I can fill the top of the wall up with lava, and then drain it all at once, so that it goes right below and melts a bunch of the edge of this. Now, initially, that's not going to be good, because it's just going to make a bunch of ice, which isn't necessarily a good thing. But my idea is this. If I can make all of the surrounding stuff around the base of this wall obsidian, then I could channel it out and make, like, lava chutes. So I could... How do I put this? Get attacked by enemies and just go poosh and make it into a volcano. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So if you're looking at this and going, what the fuck are you doing? I'm in the same boat. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. I haven't thought about this too hard. Only a little bit. I made 2 separations of 2. Oh no! It doesn't actually matter all that much. On this side. My life is ruined, not. There we go. It just needs to be relatively even. It doesn't actually matter that much. Yeah, actually, I do want that one to be separations of 2 on that spot. I wonder if you have a lava cannon, if there will be chunks of obsidian sinking. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. If they're happy, as in like not haggard and super upset, and they live in your fortress for a year, Equo, at least a year, and you need to have either a mayor or a baron or somebody of a rank with an office that they can access. I wish it was less opaque, but it's just like if you bring an adventurer into your fort. Oh, there's one at the bottom too. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to put a bridge over top of it anyway, so. Or actually, I could use hatches. Hatches might be more fun, but that leaves... Do I do this the ugly way that uses less mechanisms or the less ugly way that uses a lot more mechanisms? How do I lock your FPS so low? In the settings menu. There's FPS cap. The only reason I set it to 70 instead of leaving it on the default 100 is because, or sometimes I set it to 60, but right now I have it at 70, is because chat has a hard time following at 100. Also, I have a hard time following at 100, so I shouldn't just blame chat, but... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30! Should just be 30. And then 4 shops max, just so that they can still collect sand. And then rock mechanisms. Sweet. I'm gonna need at least 60, so let's just say make 80 of them out of Gabbro. It's a lot of mechanisms. Some of them have been there for longer than a year. I don't know what the actual like thing that they need is, but they just have to request it, which they will do eventually. I could do a lot of damage to my fort right now if this got opened. So let's hope it doesn't. Where is your levers? It's down in here. Okay, so I need 2 more. One can... Oh. I just straight up don't have mechanisms at the minute. What's up, Napalm? Hope I'm well. I'm doing all right. I released a video yesterday, and that was... And it is doing very well, so I've got no complaints. Just kind of hanging out, vibing, chilling. Doing the stuff, you know, as one does. I hope Napalm's also had an equally good day. In your free-for-all engravers guild, so maybe it's just a boarding school for them after they failed their performance arts degrees? I mean, like, engraving is a different kind of arts degree. At least we're smelting that tetrahedrite. It's a shame they're getting the tetrahedrite from God fuck knows where. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this whole system for farming these, but I'm not a huge fan of that system. It's just kind of inconvenient. Did you ever replace your awful shirt? Yes, you did. That's good. That is good. Okay, so let's jump back up to the surface here. They haven't started making those grates yet. Where is my manager? And why do you suck so much at being a manager? Oh, it's because you're watching the demonstrations. I guess. Okay, so this right here is going to be a dining hall. And this dining hall, I don't think should be a tavern. But I am going to make it into a temple. I'm also aware that there are several religions that requested temples that I just did not give. Temples do. So now the dwarves can go pray. Also, some migrants have arrived. Excellent. Just what I needed. More dwarves. Grab a pickaxe, you peasant. If anybody looks particularly good in military, I'm going to throw them in there. Go, Dan. Join the military. "13 high, 6.6 pillars of lava-safe walls and bolt throwers underground in a fortress entrance. And then in the ceiling, the corners of the room add a lava floodgate, some way to fill the room completely with lava." Sounds like a devilish contraption that you should absolutely complete. Doesn't seek out excitement. This dwarf already has a bunch of military skills, but like... And a pet cave. God damn you. You are a monster. If I expel you, will you take your pet with you? You will! Get out. Just don't want to deal with a fucking cavey. I am a monster. Also, don't worry that there are dwarves teleporting in off the side of the map. This is what happens when you settle in places the game isn't supposed to let you settle in. Which also causes this to happen. By the way. Things not make it onto the map when they're supposed to. Good God, that's a big migrant wave. Holy shit. Okay. Because this wasn't embark anywhere, because we are technically in the middle of the goddamn ocean. Likes a little excitement. It's Wednesday. Thanks for reminding me. My God, that was excessive. You know you live in an apartment when the fire alarm goes off and your knee-jerk response is to mute it? Good lord. So it's fire alarm testing day. It's the the second Wednesday of every month or whatever. Always happens around this time. Normally it just goes beep beep and then it's done. But for some reason they let it beep long enough that I stood up and muted the first one. And then I muted the second one, and as I got to the second one to mute it, it turned off. Well, it's like you could have just not set it off as long. Value sacrifice. I'm looking for dwarves that are brave. This was the one that I just added to the military. You're a diagnoser. Want to stay occupied, help somebody. Zessit could do. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that live differently from himself. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and he does not often feel lustful. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. It's way too scheduled to be a gremlin. I mean, if gremlin in this instance is literally the company that my building hires to, like, you know, check our systems, then sure. Didn't the term gremlin come from World War II? It was like fighter pilots, wasn't it? I was reading about this not too long ago. Or maybe I was talking about it with chat not too long ago. Okay, so dwarves can now pray. My manager isn't doing the job that I need you to do. Manager, I need you to manage her, please. Because these jobs are not getting assigned. Although also, I just realized I'm dumb. I don't need grades. Green glass hatch cover. That's what I need. There you go. Now you're going to go manage them. Perfect. Actually got the good timing in. You're going to go pray now. Probably, I would guess. There you go. Meditate on your fortress. This is plural. Now, is there any other livestock I can butcher? There's a bunny. There's a stray bull. Good stuff. Also have a live olm. Gotta fight fire alarms with fire. I use the touch-sensitive buttons to mute them, but I can't stop you from living your life. So if you wish to fight them with fire, I guess that's the only option. Why do you have curry leaf bush stew in that shop? That's so odd. I'm assuming they're using it as bait, but that's strange. Actually, no, I don't want that there. What? That always catches me off when it's just like, yeah, you can't click on the thing when it's on an engraving. This is where I wanted to put food. Prepared meals and drink. There you go. Now it's going to get put over there. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled with the efficiency of this spider setup, I guess. I guess I just have to keep adding spiders to it until there's just so many spiders that there's just billions. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems like a lot of time to spend to do something that the dwarves can just kind of do anyway. Chat, what is an esoteric system in Dwarf Fortress that takes a long time to set up and is less efficient than just letting it run itself, but you do it anyway? I would say bedrooms, but bedrooms aren't really esoteric. If there are any metalworkers... Smith. Those are currently my smiths. The thing is, I have a public mining guild, so just about every dwarf is labeled as a miner, even if they are skilled as a blacksmith as well, or other things. I do have one furnace operator, but he's named. And orchards are super useful. What? What do you mean they aren't useful? They're very easy to set up and extremely useful. Literally, they just make food appear once a season. Twice a season. Or twice a year, rather. Not season. You can choose any beard or no beard. Unless you don't care, in which case then, bam. I will hold the up arrow and close my eyes, and you'll get whatever it lands on. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. that is useless, especially considering one dwarf could just step on it, on the seedling, and it would get trampled. Excarius, or Ziscarius, or whatever. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, and is swayed by emotional appeals, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He doesn't seek out its excitement, and tends to avoid crowds, is quick to anger, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He prefers to present himself modestly, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic, but he's conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is curious and eager to learn and likes to take it easy. He can handle stress, and he is stubborn. He has a greedy streak, and he points and shakes his finger when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And is getting used to tragedy. He is personally affronted by the whole notion that of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Values honesty and does not really value skills related to fighting. And dreams of mastering a skill. And likes phyllite and bismuth and emerald and apricot wood and elephant seal leather, jute paper, shields and crowns and catapult parts, and donkeys for their stubbornness, green tree frog people for their distinct mating call, and the sound of russet tresses and the sight of the fabulous satin, and when possible prefers to consume giant green tree frog and apricot wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You have a pet pig, and you're a member of the Oily Coven, which is a religion, believe it or not. A proud member of the Pineapple of Sponges, which I super forgot I named this group the Pineapple of Sponges. That was an unintentional pattern, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I'm going to keep it. And then let's go up to here. Grab a Gabbro mechanism. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm going to build these two bridges. I'm going to fill this strip back up, basically, which is going to bring my frame rate back down, probably. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have these hatch covers all the way around. And then I'm going to connect them all to a lever. And then I'm going to fill this whole area up with lava in here. And then once it's all full of lava and all of the hatches are connected, I'm going to fill it all the way up, block this off so that it doesn't, you know, continue to fill, or close these, and then pull the lever to basically put a level or a circle of obsidian around the edge and just see what happens. And if it goes the way I think it will, I might also lower it down one level to give it a bit of a head start. And if it has the effect that I want it to have, we should have a circle of obsidian around. And then what I can do is I can close it, chisel that obsidian into a shape that's useful, and then turn it back on. That's the hope. This seems like a planning and skill issue, Matthew Blevins. They said no ladders, too many dwarves in trees. If you have an active orchard in Dwarf Fort, you should probably just build stairs into your trees and just treat it like another floor. If you don't want to do that, just make lots of step ladders. This is a solved problem. You're attempting to make an automatic brewing and food system. You're newish. Brew drink from plant. Click this button. When available numbers of drinks is less than a number that you want, brew. And then just make sure that you have farming available. Also, I should just do 100. But you can do it. It's pretty straightforward. But yeah, this little button is your friend, but also your worst enemy. Like, my mayor really likes amulets. So I make 3 rock amulets, and then I click this clock so that it does that seasonally. So every season they make 3 rock amulets because my mayor really likes amulets. And then I don't ever need to think about what my mayor wants again because it's already done. So stuff like that is super useful. Okay, so you down here. I'm gonna go over here and place another lever. Yeah, and you also need either rock pots or glass pots or iron pots or barrels made out of whatever material to put the food in. And stockpiles for the food, or it'll rot. I mean, most causes of things not getting hauled when people expect them to be hauled, or like dwarves not putting stuff away, it's almost always, in my experience, caused by just simply people not having enough stockpile space. Which sounds like a very simple fix, but people will argue with me to hell and back that they do in fact have enough stockpile space. And then they make their stockpile bigger and the items get put away. I mean, you don't need to not... It's cook plump helmets. You want to brew plump helmets. I literally almost never turn on the system to stop them from cooking plump helmets, purely because on most maps, if you have access to any kind of surface plants, you don't need to enable that option. Just straight up, you don't need to enable that option. Hey chat, can I get a big round of beers for Pavelke? Pavelke for the Prime sub. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate you. Big round of beers. Please and thank you. Also, this down here can be deconstructed and reconstructed. That'll get me some extra mechanisms sooner than later. What is everybody doing? It's probably a whole lot of hauling, eh? Cheers, Donza Blues. I'm glad you liked it. Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes historically I've been concerned that I'm just like participating in brain rot, which is like, or doom scrolling, I think was the thing that always worried me. But now, like, I look at the videos that are recommending my videos, so like the last video that people watch before watching my videos, especially with this most recent one, and every single one of them are like videos that would just make me mad due to either just being like horrible like world events or like just general unpleasantness. And it makes me kind of happy to know that I can just throw out an hour of like fiction to pull you out of the doom spiral for a wee bit. Yeah, so if you brew an item or a veggie or something in Dwarf Fortress, you get the seed back. If you cook it, it destroys the seeds. Now, normally this is fine because a lot of stuff that's cooked, you don't want the seeds. But in the case of plump helmets, if your only source of alcohol is plump helmet wine, you should go into the kitchen screen and stop them from cooking dwarven wine and plump helmets. But, you know, like that's the button to do it. But considering that is my only source of food, I should actually probably enable that. Because by default, they cook both the spawn, which is the seeds that are made into plump helmets, plus also cooking them gets rid of the spawn. Yeah. That's what they're referring to there. I don't even know if it's like Break from Doom and... I don't know. I always talk about Dwarf Fortress is cool to me because it's a game that reignites my childhood wonder. Like, as an adult, it's very easy to lose that. And just, like, get stuck, if that makes any sense, outside of that kind of world. I think that's, like, one of the cool powers of video games, but I do find that a lot of video games, at least for me, they don't necessarily ignite. They just kind of, like, channel competitiveness, I think, is maybe, like, the easiest way to describe that in, like, a sentence. Instead of, like, making me imagining stuff, and I think that that's why Dwarf Fortress is cool, is because it forces me to imagine shit. You know, like, video games are escapism, right? But not all escapism is inherently positive. I think it's, like, very possible to have escapism that is, like, kind of just a net negative, you know? Like, I would say when I played League of Legends, it was a net negative. Period. Like, that was not a good thing for me. All right, let's just jump up here. And then this will lock the front door. I am a little bit vexed at the fact that you're smelting tetrahedrite. There's tetrahedrite literally right next to your head. Just take from there, damn it. Just take one of the ones from this stockpile instead of going all the way across the fucking map. I don't know what other channel you're talking about. What other channel are you talking about? I mean, I'm streaming on YouTube as well, if that's what you're asking. What other channel? Is there another channel? I stream on my bots account like once a year. Oh, like, as in, like, is this gonna go on the VOD channel? I mean, yeah, in like, I don't know, 3 to 5 days, whenever it gets scheduled for. Because the like 8 to 10 hour live stream VODs take a while to process once they got onto YouTube. Assuming you're not in an ad and you can even hear me because we are in an ad break at the minute. Oh, you read books and watch movies? Why are you wasting your life on escapism, bro? I assume that is, that is sarcasm, my friend. That was it? Okay. I was like, why would I post about this on my other channel? That's kind of what I was thinking you were saying, but... Yeah, no, I mean, if you're asking, will this go into the VOD channel? Yeah. There's always a bit of a delay, though. It's not an immediate thing. And sometimes I intentionally delay them from going up. Sometimes it's because, like, I'm making a video about a certain fort, and I'm like, well, I might as well just release the VODs as the video comes out if I'm smart about planning it. But usually that's not the case. Usually what ends up happening is just, like, I try to space them out a little bit so that they go up over the weekend. So, like, last week's VODs should be finished, like, just finishing up as I'm starting the next week kind of thing. I stagger it a little bit. And then there's almost always the one person who's just like, streamer, why don't you, you know, just keep the VODs public on the main channel? And it's because I don't want to completely flood your homepage with live stream VODs on YouTube. It's not why I subscribe to YouTube channels, and I get real annoyed when there's just like public live stream VODs everywhere. It's like, fucking stop it. Like, I'd be lying if I said that I hadn't unsubscribed from channels because of that. Because I have. Is that an entire chasm of SAR? SAR. Yes. Sergeant Buckleface. I don't know what SA or SAR is. Hey, Smoking. What's up, dude? How have things been going? You're making Gabriel mechanisms, and you're my militia captain, so that's going. Although I will say the VODs are unlisted on the main channel, and if you're sneaky about it, you could go to the playlists section of my main YouTube channel, and there's a thing called Live Stream Archive, which you could just watch if you want to go there. Like, there's about, I don't know, I get about 50 views in that playlist a week, so somebody's watching it on that on the main channel, but you see death in your future? I mean, that's just, isn't that all of us, man? You know what's crazy? The Dragon Army video. Hold on, I gotta pause this and show you this. This is nuts to me. It's wild how sometimes videos just get a lot of likes, and sometimes they don't. Here's an example. This is the Dragon Army video, right? It has 3,060 likes, which is kind of a lot. This is the Sea Serpent video, which has 3,097 likes. However, this video has almost twice the views as this one. This one's just hit 40. It just hasn't updated here yet. So this has 40,000 views. This has like 74,000 views. That is bonkers. Like, just in general. That is kind of bonkers. Absolutely fucking bonkers. You're saying that people think video games are a waste of time, but will spend 6 hours watching golf or something? I feel like the only people who think that video games are a waste of time and then proceed to spend 6 hours watching golf are boomers, and probably not my target audience. Although, okay, something that I think is a little bit freaky because it's a sign of the times, but also just like kind of funny. You guys want to know something freaky but also equally kind of funny? For the last several years, nobody under the age of 18 was watching my videos. YouTube has started like trying to determine how old people are, just like based on your viewing habits. Now about 3% of my audience is below the age of 18. So I just want to be like, if you're below the age of 18 and watching my YouTube videos, that's great. Did you lie about your age on your Google account? Because, like, this has happened in, like, the last, I don't know, 6 months. That doesn't just appear. Wolfist Cray, hello, dude. Thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back. Excited for the dinos, are we? Am I pump stacking the lava up top? Yeah, I just haven't moved my metal smithing industry here yet. The 3% is an estimation error? I don't know, man. I just think it's kind of funny more than anything. Like, I've just kind of taken the point and laugh tactic at a lot of stuff. Although I will say, if it's actually for real that those stats aren't an estimation error and actually correct, then I do have to say it's a real shame, because I thought I was big in the old folks' homes. Because simultaneously with the below 18 stat number going up slightly, you know what number has gone down? 65 plus. So, damn it. I know there's a few of them, but a lot of below age of 18, no, they're using their grandparents' accounts, actually, Smoking Top. Because I have lost some of my 65 plus crew, and that makes me kind of sad. At least 10% boomers watching. Chat, be honest. Are you a boomer? Yes or no? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. You can refuse to comply with that question. I don't think boomers. Maybe Gen X. I feel like boomers more of a mindset. Well, yeah, there's definitely like early millennials and like Gen Xers watching Dwarf Fort, but boomers, I don't know. I mean, my friend's mom is a boomer, and she watches my stuff every day. But by watches my stuff, I mean like she watches it for like 3 seconds and then presses like, which I appreciate because I respect the effort, but like isn't actually necessarily that helpful. I feel like Dwarf Fortress is a bit more of a late millennial Gen X game. Exactly, Alfie. Bless. Friend's mom is the homie. Yeah. Just run a poll. Nah. Running a poll requires me typing in a thing and then pressing enter, whereas just asking helps. And then I don't have to type in a thing and press enter on the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. I could just ask. I kind of hate running polls for things because, like, it's just like it's so much extra typing for, like, more or less the same results. I mean, if you were born, it's like after 96. You're Gen Z, I think. Not that it really matters. Considering, like, I think maybe one of my favorite comments I've ever gotten on YouTube, which I think is intended as an insult, I actually can't tell, is this guy looks like a Gen X and talks like a Zoomer. And I genuinely think that might be one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Looks Gen X, but talks like a Zoomer. It's almost like I use slang in my videos as humor. Yeah, you're a Zoomer then. What was I doing in 2006? I was coaching kayaking. I was getting my speedboat license in 2006. Sorry, I look at the YouTube chat. The first thing I see is Skibbity Sigma Toilet Riz. Yeah, those are all words. Congrats. You know words. Back in my day, the only Skibbity was Little Big, okay? It also took me an awkwardly long period of time to learn that Skibbity Toilet had nothing to do with Little Big. And then when I figured out what it was, I was like, why is everybody so annoyed with this? I mean, I was watching Machinima back in the day. That's all this shit. It's just Machinima. It's just Machinima for the youngs. Why are all of the millennials hating on the Machinima that they watched? We were part of this. And don't you damn well tell me that red versus blue is sacred or some shit, because it wasn't exactly higher brow humor than that crap was. I don't know. Brain rot's fine. I feel like the biggest issue with brain rot is just like people not fully grasping what it is. Like there's some weird stuff that I'm like iffy about with like the Italian brain rot crap like in Roblox and whatnot, but that's more just me having problems with Roblox more so than just like weird AI generated lamaus. Genuinely. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, I'm not gonna go around telling people that like the fucking Let's Play videos that I watched when I was a kid were like quality entertainment. They certainly weren't. You know? Just remember, if you were on early YouTube, we helped make Fred, okay? Like, fucking Fred exists because of our quality entertainment that we enjoyed. I think the general quality of YouTube has skyrocketed in the past decade, though. Yeah, true. I don't think I've ever actually seen a full episode of Aqua Teen, but yeah, that's same vibe. Yes, I have seen the Dino Update teaser and talked over it. I'm very interested in the and more, because although Clino said it best in chat, when Tarn gets cagey about things, that's when like random angels and demons start coming out of walls. When Kit Fox teases stuff, it might just mean like bug fixes. So like it depends on who wrote the and more, but I'm very curious about the and more. Why I can't read that out loud, or I will regret it for forever, but just reading that in my head is very funny, Goodlier. There's something about that that's funny. Although what I do think is amusing about being a person with a YouTube channel, and to my millennials watching, especially the millennials that were born like pre-1990, please don't. Not that I'm saying please don't watch me. Late Gen X and early millennials, please don't comment on my videos. I mean, or do that. Saying that me making Zoomer jokes and referencing modern slang is not catering to my audience and is pandering to an audience that doesn't care, because you could not be more wrong. And I get one of those a week, maybe. And they're very few and far between, and they really are like a fraction of a minority. But my God. Like, millennials getting to the age of like shaking fist, get off my lawn, might be one of the funniest things that I've slowly started to witness over the last like 6 years. Like I never saw that before like 2020. But over the past chunk of time here, I've started to see that, and it's really funny to me. Especially because it's not going to make me stop. Like, it's fun to use current slang. It's even more fun to use current slang incorrectly, because I'm aware that I'm old enough that the kids go, "You're not cool." But like, it ain't stopping. You can't give anyone shit? You can't give anyone shit. The cat can give anyone shit, though, for laughing at 6-7, because my generation makes the shit out of letter E and B! You know, and like the fucking clapping emoji. Yeah. I'm glad that they settled on millennial. They better start glazing you or that pupper's gonna get them. Silver Sheen. I know you wrote cringe. My brain read that as cribbage. I was like, no, that's my grandma, rest in peace, who who could declare cribbage. Oh, hi, Mark. I didn't hit her. I did not. What do you, not sure if you already have a dwarf, but if not a brewer, a cooker, a farmer, whatever gender. Okay, you can have Ono, who's currently brewing. The problem is everybody in this fort is a miner. Like if I go here and type in farm, yeah, see, like nobody is listed as a farmer. I do have a planter. Would you like a planter? I could give you a planter. That'd probably do. Sure. That's how language works, Moreb. The thing is, the only social spaces I have are this, which is a temple, and this, which is a mining guild. So everybody has skill in mining, basically. Mark. He is frequently depressed because of his acting career and is rarely jealous and lives a high energy and kinetic pace. He finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and doesn't handle stress well, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this since he, where was I? I completely lost my spot. And he doesn't handle stress while wearing something special now and again. So he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. I don't know why I said disturbed by this. And he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He needs alcohol to get through his working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, values a harmonious existence, and values independence. A temple is a deity focused on mining. It's no specific deity, but we can pretend it's the deity focused on mining. We're major miners, is what I'm trying to say here. We are professional rock movers, as opposed to rock rollers. He likes native gold, wood, opal, bloodthorn wood, tetrahedra, battle axes, querns, amulets, yaks for their shaggy hair, and the words of the fatal death and the sound of the inky tummies. Yuck. And when possible, he prefers to consume rainbow trout, me too, and custard apple cider, and water buffalo's milk, and hates toads. Sorry, Toady. And he has a wife who's a peasant named Stintad, and she's right there. Also, Mark's last name is Ragsummer. Is that like a way of saying swimsuit? Or like swim trunks in Dwarf Fort? Like beachwear? Because I'd buy that. Seems believable. Where is the lava layer? So this is the surface. There's the lava. So minus 118. Uh-oh. But they are seeking a parley. A vile force of goblins have perked their heads over the cliff for some silly reason, and they are seeking a parley. The army is commanded by the goblin Dana Complexenbicht. Sure, and is a competent commander. Beware their mounted macemen. Can I outsmart them with my lava shenanigans? We shall find out. Hey, chat. The lava layer varies as to where it is on your map. It depends on your map's thickness. It's not like at a specific level. So do keep that in mind. Y'all think that y'all think I can get these made in time? I would really like to test this. Let's just go down here. Make those. I'm also going to make a burrow. Inside. Mostly. Alright, we'll just leave that blank for now. No, we are literally in the Arctic. We're basically on an ocean glacier. We are on the ocean, but like this ocean. But, it won't melt. However, I can melt it, basically. If you go here, the land starts at like layer -6 all the way over there in the edge. But under my fortress, it doesn't start until -10. So I'm just trying to do some shenanigans here. That's what I'm trying to do. They don't really have any reason to be outside at the minute. Hey chat, can I get a big vile force of darkness, please? Do you guys think I can get this set up in time? I'd love to know. Who's linking? For sure, no clue. Good answer. The issue, though, is they could use this to get in. I don't think they'll take that route, but they might. Just getting rid of pieces that would collapse. That's what I'm trying to do. Riley, Pi. I need to get the rest of this set up. And you know what? I'm just going to do this the quicker way. This won't look as pretty, but it'll be way faster. Sometimes you just need speed on your side. I wonder, I'm going to get this particular link done, and then I'm going to actually stop linking and then start linking again because they'll be brought closer. Lava is always fun to play with, especially when it goes horribly wrong. That is all. So now I need to see if it's going to go for closer stuff now. Like, are they going to go straight to there? Because if so, then perfect. Because all of those are now being moved to right there, and then they'll be closer instead of further. Although some of them might still end up being further away, but... How many invaders? Oh, not many. Not a ton, but I don't really have a military, and that's kind of by design. This is what they have. It's nothing crazy. It's definitely like a first siege. But we're about to get hit by some ads. I'm just going to let them keep constructing because you aren't really missing a ton. But... in YouTube chat, quick question. You wanted to ask, do Archer Dwarves act differently than Marks Dwarves? Don't use Archer Dwarves, period. Because you have an issue with using ammo, which you don't with Marks Dwarves. Don't use Archer Dwarves, use crossbows. Dwarves do not make arrows, so there's ammo oddities. Just do not use them, because you can't make ammo for them. Just sell any arrows that you get and just don't use them. I know sometimes they'll equip it. It's bad. They shouldn't. I really wish they would remove the ability for dwarves to equip them, period. Or give us the ability to make arrows. So don't use archers, is my actual advice. If you have issues with ammo, yes, you will. So that's my advice there. Is just do not bother with archers. Just at all. You're just kind of wasting your time. I wish there was less mechanics like that in Dwarf Fortress, but it's the case. So it is what it is. It kind of sucks that this game has so many, like, I think red herrings is maybe unfair, but, like, it kind of feels like red herrings at times. Where it's like, the game almost does the player a disservice by showing them something. So, I missed my Tuesday stream, chat, because I wanted to get that video done. But I do have a question, though. Was the video release worth the stream not happening yesterday? Very important, not at all biased question. Last 4, you got 2 artifact bows. Lovely. You can finish I don't know, a temple with that. The gremlin! Drive it away! Okay, see ya. We'll tell it to drive quickly. I'm mostly just trying to keep the chat moving. So what have you been playing, chat? Is Dinos gonna bring you back if you haven't been playing, or are you playing up until Dinos, or are you like me where you suddenly lose all ideas of what the fuck to do when a big patch gets announced? Because when a new patch gets announced, it's like, I just want the new thing. Oh god. I do kind of have that as a problem. Like, genuinely. Lobotomy Corporation? That's a game that comes up every now and again. Like, as in, I see friends playing it and such. Get through that dock. There you go. Are you in fact getting it from closer? Nope. No, you are not. Great. I'm kind of regretting doing this the fancy way. But don't know. Currently working on that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you only have your old laptop and your Switch? I mean, that is... I was going to say like 100% more consoles than I own. It's been a while since somebody just said Forza in my chat with no context. Minecraft is what you've been on recently? And a bit of RimWorld, Lobotomy. Oh, modded, not nodded. Okay. Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb is a game that genuinely surprises me that it's like that people like it as much as they did. Like, that was a game that kind of got announced, and I was like, yeah, nobody's gonna care. Then it came out, and I'm like, whoa, this makes me horribly motion sick. And then it's like Devolver's highest selling game of all time, which is wild to me. Which, you know, speaks to its quality. It's just I didn't see anything particularly special about that game before it released. I just gotta do that one. When you went homeless a while back, when I didn't have a place to live and I was on paper homeless, my computer was in a storage unit, which sucked. You've been murder hoboing with a Blue Jay Man in adventure mode. Sounds fun. All right, we're going to send the lava out this way. This will be fine, right? Nothing could possibly go wrong. Brrr. Look at all that lava. Lovely. That'll fill that up. We're almost there. Anno 117. You know, I like the Anno games enough. Like, I've played a good number of them, like 4 or 5 different Anno games over the years. I always tend to enjoy them. But I do have to say that they might have the most nonsensical, hard to keep track of nonsense naming scheme in the video games industry. Like, they might be the least memorable video game titles. Like, if I had to point at one game where I'm just like, that is a nonsense name that means nothing, it might actually be Anno. It might actually be Anno. Like, Anno might actually be the winner for me. in that, like, I could not think of a more nonsensical game name. Except for maybe the, oh shit, what was the name of those? They're visual novels. They were on the DS. It was like 9999999 or whatever. I'm not just, like, pretending to be Hitler from Inglourious Bastards either. Is it 9999999? Whatever those games were. I think it was. It's just 999. Okay, well. But then there was, like, the sequels that have, like, even more nonsensical names that, like, if you don't already know and you're not already in the know, then you're never going to know, you know? Some puzzle games on your phone poking around. I got the most... This was written by an agent and not a human email recently, which was a company reached out asking to sponsor me, which is kind of funny. And the app that they were pitching was like a local streaming, like a service where like you stream games from your computer to your phone, basically, or like a TV or another computer. And I was like, I literally responded with, "How is this not just Moonlight?" Because I use Moonlight, right? And the stupid bot did the whole sycophant thing at me in the email response, and did a bad job of explaining why I would use their app over Moonlight, because it literally just copy-pasted like the FAQ from the website, but like reworded it, which I'd already read. I was like, this isn't helpful and you're not making your case, mate. And they like, it described my YouTube channel in a way that a human wouldn't and a robot would. It was like, your deep dives into various topics. So I was like, yeah, my deep dives into various topics. Yep. Timberborn, that's a neat game. Extros. Have I ever tried making cart-based forts? Several times, yeah. The problem is they don't work well enough to resonate with Factorio train fans. There's some things that would need to change. Some more functionality. If you watch my my ghost fort, that uses a lot of minecarts. They look cool though. I've also made like fully automated like cannons and stuff, but I don't think that's necessarily what you're saying. But yeah, Jackal Rezadaf in Twitch chat here is correct. It is related to the year that the game takes place. So much stuff got announced recently. You know, actually, that's something I can mention. Summer Games Fest, the Night Dive dudes are doing a remaster of Thief. I wish they were doing a remake, but they're doing a remaster of Thief. And I immediately saw like negative comments about how, oh, it looks all smoothed over and ugly. To which I have to respond, yeah, but it probably won't have tank controls, meaning it'll be playable by normal human beings in 2026. And that's really cool. I'm excited for a Thief game to be playable without having to spend 45 minutes explaining to the game what the fuck a mouse is. Because that's part of setting up Thief, is explaining to it what the fuck a mouse is. I'm excited for people to hear the wonderful voice acting of, over here, he has a sword! Still is one of the greatest lines in a video game. So Ral here, the miner, is making an artifact. Did I not queue up a copper statue? I'm so confused. Hold up. Why? I have a copper statue and queued up and tons of copper. Why the frick? I guess I just have too much random copper shit queued up is the actual issue. Okay, I'll tolerate that explanation game. That's fine. What? Huh? Is that the edge of the ocean? It must be. Wild. Oceans are fucky, chat. Did you know that? They let you do some weird things. There's also gold over there. We'll see what happens. It's just that middle one left. Go to you. Sweet. You know, if you're talking about in Dwarf Fort, also double uh-oh. It's got webs. If you're talking about in Dwarf Fort, Gooblier, what you could do is you could use the wood for flooring, because I think wood makes really pretty flooring. The Forgotten Beast, Siga, he wants to smoke a Siga, has come. A towering feather-oed heterosaurid. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it is ravening. Its eyes orange? What? Its eyes glow orange, and its rose feathers are patchy. Beware its webs! Shite. It's ruining my glass industry. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I block this off anywhere? What if I just make the siege deal with it? Chad, I have a question. Do I make the siege deal with it? I mean, Gooblier, you could also be talking about Minecraft, or Vintage Story, or literally any game that features the, like, wood. Kiddo, you better go inside. There you go. Follow your parents. I'm actually just going to leave this locked for the time being. So where's this beast? Okay, so it shouldn't be able to get in through that. Yeah, because those are fortified. If it can, then oh well. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck I can do this without, like... I guess the way to do it is to just lock all my doors underground. So I'm going to dig through this. Place a door up here. I'm going to wall this off. I'm going to put a hatch up here. I don't have any hatches. I'm going to make another hatch. Put a hatch up there. Why don't I just fucking put a bridge up there? But then I'm not going to be able to get up there. Billy. I feel like video games cater to ADHD. I don't actually think that's super unique to Dwarf Fortress. But then again, I think that overexposure due to ADHD like makes people contribute everything to ADHD. I don't think it specifically caters to it though, but that's just my opinion. Okay. Let's finish this up. What do you think, chat? Do you think we got this? Are we going to survive against this unstoppable beast and murder siege? In either order? I am not a huge fan of this line of discussion square wheel. If you want to keep it rolling, then you can, but I will be ignoring everything you have to say. Because I don't particularly agree at all. I think it just simply drives creative people and caters to creative people, which can have very different formats of brain chemistry. That's all. Conglomerate, obsidian, steel. Ooh, bunch of leather and gems. That's gonna be an interesting artifact. Where's Beastie at? I was just kind of hanging around in the water. I am also on ADHD pills right now, but I think that this is a game that is targeted at creative people. It's not specifically catering to people who are autistic or people who have ADHD. I don't agree with that sentiment. You can have that opinion. I don't agree with it. It's simply directed at creative people, which is a much wider category of people than what you're limiting it to. You could say that you enjoy it as somebody with that brain chemistry. That's cool. But I'm going to leave that subject there and not bring it up again. It's definitely a meme, as YouTube chat has said, and it's a meme that definitely makes me uncomfortable, that I don't like, which is part of the reason I so heavily just go, yeah, no, I don't agree with that. The Miner has created sure, a conglomerate quern, and offers it to the pineapple of sponges. That is a very expensive quern. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round conglomerate cabochons and oval obsidian cabochons and brilliant cut bone opals and decorated with water buffalo leather and encircled with bands of steel and yak leather. This object menaces with spikes of steel and water buffalo leather. On the item is an image of pea plants in amethyst. Well, the thing is, in order for a joke to be a joke, it needs to be funny. So, you know. Also, Adenixis, thank you very much for the 10th month. Hello! Did you change your name? Or am I going crazy? Because I feel like I should remember that name. I think it's because we are living in an era, freezing tuna, where there is a word for every single perceived difference in brain chemistry. And there's groups of people that like to use it as an insult. And then there are groups of people who try to own it. And I think what ends up happening is you have two opposite extremes of the spectrum, where you have people that try to insult people by saying that there's something wrong with you because you have this. And then there's people that say that, well, this is made for me because I have this. And I think it's bad on both ends. Personally, I just kind of don't like it because, like, we're just people. And people are all slightly different chemically. And I think that something could be made by an auteur, and people look at that auteur and they look at the habits of that auteur and the way that that auteur acts and go, well, it's obviously made for that. If that makes any sense. Am I going crazy, or did my game just get stretched? I'm going crazy. Sly like me, would you like a beard or no beard? That's how I read it, Gooblier. It's like, I'm legally blind, right? But, like, it's not the end-all. Like, there's certain types of games that I can't play particularly competently because I don't see super well. Like RTS games, as an example. Because I miss things. And it's like, I don't go on and 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 on about Dwarf Fortress catering to visually impaired people, even though I feel that way. Does that make sense? Oh, did the cat do the dot 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 dot? Of course you're blaming the cat. I just think you don't have much to say. But Sly like me, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Would you like a random piece of furniture, or what are you thinking? What would you like to name? We've gotten 5 Treasure of the God thingies in the first cavern lair. That is perfectly normal. Guy or not. Yeah, in fact, if anything, you've gotten a gold seed for Treasures of the Gods. I've gone too far into saying XYZ caters to this demographic. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying something caters to a demographic. I do hold pause when people start saying this caters to people with this brain chemistry. You know? I will give Sly Like Me a dwarf, though. Sly Like Me, would you like a beard or no beard? Please let me know, or I will give you somebody random. You have 20 seconds to comply, approximately. I'm counting down in my head, definitely. That is a joke I don't get. Stop. In fact, I'm going to start saying now that all video games cater to people with no legs, with the exception of VR games. Those definitely do not. Unless it's like American Truck Simulator or something. I have empty coffee mug syndrome. I am trying to drink coffee that doesn't exist in my mug. Sit on that one for a while and see how it sinks. Oops. All right, I will give this person a random dwarf because they haven't clarified. You are getting Rovod, the miner. Rovod is Sly Like Thee. Except it's me, so Sly Like Me. Sly Like Me is Steam Tools, which sounds like some Steam developer backend thing, is in a constant state of internal rage. Okay. And lives at a high energy kinetic pace and can be very happy and optimistic and has a low sense of self-esteem. Does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and tries to do things correctly each time. And does not often feel lustful, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Occasionally can overindulge and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Prefers to present herself modestly and enjoys the company of others. And often feels discouraged and tends to consider what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. No, I mean, I was thinking more like full motion, full body VR things where like you have to move around a whole lot, but I guess you could move around in a swivel chair or something. It's the Grinch, possibly. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally disdains the law, respects commerce, and those that engage in trade. I fought the law and the. She finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Huh. And so wait, hold up. You're a Wall Street like investor? Anyway, likes Electrum, Heliodor, and Phantom Spider Silk. They color chocolate, spears, doors, figurines, geese for their formation flying, and the words of the fatal death and the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and the sight of the sable blossom, and when possible prefers to consume a raccoon, god damn it, and what the hell, and banded knife fish, as well as pineapple wine, naturally, and hates flies. I mean, we are the pineapple of sponges, so that is fitting. And you've got no friends. Welcome to the forge. Anyways, how many more do I have to link? I was really hoping all this would be done before the fight would start, but one more. Cool. Go get him, Clone Doll. Stone, I am confused as to what you're talking about. The joke would be better if the cat question was hairless. Oh. Mean like a gremlin cat? Sphinx cats? I think it's really funny that Sphinx cats were first bred in Canada, and people seem to think that they're this ancient species of cat, which is like, couldn't be further from the truth. Yeah, Sphinx cats are like a very modern breed. It's like the 80s or something. It's probably due to the Sphinx in the name. Well, I don't know. They're just hairless. I kind of blame the Emperor's New Groove, because doesn't, like, whatever her name is, bad lady in that movie, have a Sphinx cat? (1960s) Minnesota, Canada. Close enough. Sorry to the Minnesotans in chat. Yzma, yes. That is her name. Oh, she turns into a fluffy cat? Okay, I'm misremembering then. All right, so we're doing one more ad break right now. So I'll pause game. And when the ad is done, we're going to start this fight. Minnesota and Toronto. I wasn't wrong! You know, the evil lady from, like, The Emperor's New Groove, I might actually just be thinking of her in human form before she becomes the cat. I might actually just be thinking about that. X-Choice, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. I don't know, I didn't name them. Because she kind of looks like a Sphinx cat. Like, let's be honest. Canadian Sphinx breed was started in 1966. Okay, so I was only 10 years off and only partially correct in the location. But I consider that to be accurate-ish enough. Started in 1966, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, when a hairless male kitten named Prune was born to a black and white domestic short-haired queen, Elizabeth. Right. I like that they named it Prune. Christ. That's fucking funny. That is so funny. Okay, so with that done, I can now test this. All right, so it works. That's the good news. It works. This one takes a little bit longer because it's a drawbridge, though. So, what I need to do now is wait for this door to be in place. And lock this gate. Only 100? We have to have at least 750. I mean, they get blackheads, which is like kind of grim, actually. Oh no, it's oak. Although we used to bathe our cat growing up. Kiddo, that isn't a very good place to stand. I shouldn't need to tell you this, but this isn't a very good place to stand. The other most famous bald cat breed is the Peterbald? Okay, that is a more nonsensical name than Sphinx. Okay, I've made the goblins wait this long. Do you think that they will be upset if I be like, yeah, nah, come fight me? Kiddo, I really need you to move. I really need you to move. You dummy. Please. Just scamper. Get. Skeet. Leave. Run. They're just mostly on their chins. Those poor kitties. Great. Nope, wrong screen. That's the year I was born. Stone. It's from St. Petersburg, Russia. Okay, that checks out. I thought it was made by a guy named Peter who was also bald. And it's like, he's just like me! He's my son! Was kind of the image I had in my head, but this is nowhere near as funny. I'm quite disappointed. St. Peter Bald? Yeah, St. Peter the Bald. Kid. Dude. Why? I'm real tempted to just burn this child. There you go. Okay. Now that that's done, we can fill the outside up, which involves pulling this lever. Now is where I look frantically to make sure that I didn't miss a spot. And now we wait for a sec. There we go. Nice. So, with all that done, I check in one more time on the beast. It doesn't seem super enthusiastic about fighting me, so I will deal with that later. I'm just gonna leave this door locked. Let's not worry about it. And let's fight these goblins. Deny. All right, chat, I need that Vile Force of Darkness now. I feel like they should play Vile Force of Darkness again when you deny the parlay. I have no idea if this is going to work, by the way. Because people are evil. It's the same reason why, like, huskies exist in hot places. Because people are evil. I'm just going to make sure there isn't actually a way into the fort through this. I don't think there is, but... They're just going to go top. Oh, actually, okay. So I do need to just open this. I was going to wait, but nope, I need to open this. Well, now they're all stuck. Well, maybe not all of them, but they are going to go break my thingy down here. Although this could be quite funny. If they actually do what I'm thinking they're going to do, which is run down... What if I open up this gate? Where's that beast? And make them fight that beast. Even though that beast is like way too freaking far away to be like anywhere near where we're able to fight them. But I think my plan's working. And the bridge hasn't even opened yet. There it goes. Okay, well that's pretty effective. The problem is these are going to shut down probably. That is super awesome though. I'm very sorry about the flashbang effect of the snow. There ain't much I can do about that. Goblin, what are you doing? I love that they... I love that they can't burn because the constant steam and like evaporating water is like negating the effectiveness of the lava. That is very funny. In other news, where are the goblins? Okay, well they're down here. It's not ideal. Well, good for them. They made it to my caves. As for these ones on the surface, let's see how they're doing. Not great, would be my guess. That's how fossils are created? Or, I mean, it's how bodies are preserved, that's for sure. Also, these goblins, they just live down there now. They have no way out. They are killing my roosters, though. Which, I guess, unfortunate. I don't know. Oh, no, there's a Stivex down here. I'm going to take my very unskilled military and run them down here and see if I can help those poor dwarves. Good news is 2 babies were just born, so if Stivik does die, oh well. Uh-oh. Well, run, kiddo. Keep running. Maybe you can make it. Maybe you can't. This is quite effective. Must save the child with my completely untrained army. Yes, this is a great idea. Although I do have to admit, it hasn't killed any of them yet. But I can do this. And by this, I mean stop new lava from entering. Or leaving. And fired another blast. They're looking in awe. I mean, I would be too. Let's be honest. Okay, so now it's shut. And now it'll refill. Do any of you have more than just dabbling? Not really. Do I want to send my completely untrained squad down there? I guess so. Okay, Stevik's still alive. And is playing make-believe. This is Smoking Top Hat, my very unskilled leader. They, as long as they have the advantage, the numbers advantage, they should be able to kill them. A rabbit was found dead. A pig was found dead. Goblins were found dumb. Time flew by. The Dragon Fort video was amazing. Hell yeah. Yeah, sure, I can quick save. This is a little tedious because I'm just trying to figure out how the hell this system's gonna actually work, because I don't really have a plan for it yet, but I'm slowly getting there. Gobbos are like trying to figure out what the fuck to do. And then my tiny little, very under-armored squad is, like, down below. Should really be revising for an exam. You should be working on that exam. This stream will be still here when you're done. Obviously, this instance of stuff happening on screen won't be happening when you get back from your exam. But you should be working on your exam. But thank you very much, Captain Haddock, for the 5th month with Prime. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. A recruit was found dead. Uh-oh. I was gonna say my squads are dead, aren't they? I told you it was a bad idea, chat. I shouldn't have done it. Of course, my militia captain just, like, has already left. Typical militia captain. Overcome by terror. Well, that's a good sign. And that's how you die. Either Zacid is going to be a hero. He's just punching this jabber in the head repeatedly. And now you're dead. I didn't want a squad anyway. Where's Godin? Oh, you're all the way the hell over here. Still overcome by terror. Well, at least you're going to make them all really sleepy. We're waiting out for all this up here to fill up. Also, you guys want to know the bad news? They broke the gates. They broke my doors. They broke my doors. If you actually go look at this, there was a door up here, meaning they might be in my hallway. How could they? I know, right? It was against the social agreement that we definitely had. So they're going to go popping out of here. What if? I really wish that you could war train domestic dogs. That sucks. But the actual concern that I have is the fact that that Forgotten Beast has access to the fortress right now. So I should just do this. Like first just go one layer up. Okay, I'll re-add the bedrooms there. I just don't have a military is the actual issue. So I'm just going to go down to here. Reassign this. Not that. And let's just cover that off. I could absolutely have been much more prepared for this, by the way. I just kind of chose not to. All right, so with that done, they turned around. I need to wait for this to cool off up top. Who's just been found dead? We are up to midsummer. Is there anything I can butcher? That Crundle, I guess, but like, where even is it? Because I'm hoping it'll just decide to like go over one of these walls and start bashing it in. The good news is assets in a martial trance. Oh, okay. Well, you died in a martial trance. Smoking Top Hat. How did you? Oh, Smoking Top Hat managed to make it back down here somehow. Let's see. How many did you kill, Smoking Top Hat? Punches the Goblin Crossbowman. Stabs the War Jabberer with the Copper Spear. Okay. There's one. No! You had one job, and that was kill this proficient spearman, but you failed. Rest in peace, Smoking Top Hat. They broke my dwarves. I wasn't really trying to unbreak them. You need to realize that I'm messing around with this is the whole point of this fort. Not so much the military. Like a person holding a certificate. I don't know what a person holding a certificate looks like, but I don't think so. 1 year? It's better than 1 week, since you looked at me. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 12 months. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for 12 months? Appreciate you. War cave spiders? There's a Forgotten Beast down there. Look at them. Where's my last military squatty? Well, I guess you got it. This dwarf probably actually is going to need to head above ground eventually. Are you gonna come bash my walls now? It was my own fault. I shouldn't have tried to set the Forgotten Beast on them. That was my own demise and undoing. So that's on me, really. Also need to dig that out. Something I do need to do. Could also do this. It's funny that there's just like lava directly in front of it. Like I ended up with a lava puddle right there. So now we just need to wait. What the hell am I doing here? I don't know. I think I'm trying to turn goblins into obsidian. It's not working. I'm trying, but it's not working. They're being not exactly the most receptive to the science. And there's also a Forgotten Beast down here, which theoretically should also be turning the goblins into a science, but instead of turning the goblins into a science, it's going for a paddle, which is not ideal. But once there's enough of a route that the goblins can run into my front door, then we can do the degoblining. Hopefully. I just need them to get a little bit closer. You're gonna have to trust me. You're going to have to trust me, because I don't trust me. Hey, goblins. The fort is that way. Like that way. Not that way. Why are you going that way? Go that way. Cowards. Come on. That way. It's a bit counterintuitive. I'm pointing in the opposite direction than they actually have to go. There's no wall for you to batter that way. Grr. Wonder if this... Oh, it is saltwater. Oh, that's neat. Unrelated to anything. That's saltwater. That's neat. Maybe they are slipping and sliding on the ice? Plausibly. That or they're just pacing back and forth out of anxiety. Okay, they can absolutely just walk to me. Here they come. Oh. Here they come. Hola, they coming? Maybe? Come on. Come on, Gobby. Gobby gonna do it. It's exactly where I want ya. Precisely. You know you want it. It's just a little that way. I shouldn't have sent in my squads, though. What? How? Huh? What did you do? Sorry, none of the sound commands work. I still need to fix that. But, like, why? Is there agitated birds or something? I don't know. But why would they jump away? There was nothing for them to jump away from. Were they just like egging him on to like see how hot the lava actually is? I'm very perplexed by that whole happening there. Very strange. Just gonna leave this gate shut. It's easier on my silly brain. We'll go try and bash the wall down. And we're running out of food. I may actually have to cook some of my drinks. And eat the puppies. The dance floor was in fact lava. Lava? Lava! Nintendo Labo. Okay. Is there a 3-wide tile? Well, they could walk through the water. That wouldn't be very safe, though. No, steps onto lava. Very, very much truth. Oh. All of, I got bad news about Nick. Nick is no longer with us, chat. Where's this beast at? Because this forgotten beast is just slowly going around and cleaning up the basement. That is fucking terrifying, yo. Well, I don't think it can get in, so that's good. Hey, chat. I know this might not be the optimal time, but an ad is going to run in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and apparently my blood sugar is low. So I'm going to go get a piece of banana bread. I will be right back. And I will name you a happy dwarf. I don't have any religious figures. So please don't select anybody with ranks. I have none. Please don't ask for anybody in the military. I have none. You can have a miner with a beard. That's all I got. I will be right back. I've returned. Now you want banana bread? It's very easy to make. Chia pudding? Ooh. Stivik's been missing for a week. Forgotten Beast Rampage is finally done. I'm gonna have to figure out something to do with that beast. What happened to your dwarf? You were the leader of the military, and the military all died. 2 goblins. And as I was kind of making excuses about earlier, which I will continue to reiterate the same excuse, is I'm not really trying to do much with the military in this fort. So I made a bad decision. Is the child safe or dead? I don't remember what your child's name was. You're gonna have to work with me here. You're gonna have to give me names, because there's several dwarves that have had children. Do you know which one it is? No. Hamlet's still. The one you sent the military to save? No. Is dead. Everybody who was in the caves are dead. Is actually the best way to put it. Some angry children. Mm-hmm. Like most children. Because they's mad as hell and they're not going to take it no more. Is Gerd still with us? Fuck if I know, man! Yeah, I think so. Man, I got goblins that I'm trying to burn. I ain't got time for this looking up of door. Yeah, I do. But Gerd wasn't in the military, so Gerd is still with us. Can you drown it then? Are you asking, can I drown these goblins? Yes? Can I just be like, drowned? No. To not pausing the game when tabbing out? That sounds like a reload of a save, if you ask me. The Beast? Oh, fuck no. Absolutely. Oh, wait, you were asking about the Beast? You never said the Beast. You said Beats. So I didn't know what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Beats by Dr. Dre, and I assumed Dr. Dre took swimming lessons. If you mean the Beast, can they swim? Yes. Do they need oxygen? No. So can you drown them? No. No, you cannot. These goblins, yeah. The Beast, no. No. So, Stormwolf, I see that you were waiting for your dwarf. Sorry, there was a lot of questions. That was attending a meeting. Give me a name of a dwarf is my request to you. So select which one you would like, because was attending a meeting, you're looking at things I definitely did not see. So I have no idea what you're talking about. Would be a good idea to route the raiders. Would you agree? I would say that a good idea for the raiders would be to not let some of them into the caves. That was the mistake, was to try to make them fight the Forgotten Beast that didn't care until it was too late. In hindsight, no. Retracting bridge would not be good because they would just break it. In hindsight, what I should have done is not tried to make them fight the Forgotten Beast, lock the Forgotten Beast underground, and then waited for them to actually get next to the walls when I turned the lava on. So that would be the hindsight. Stormwolf is a clout knife, is a pessimist, lives an orderly life, organized and neat, is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, is a friendly individual, often nervous, and can handle stress, and he doesn't handle stress well. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he rarely feels discouraged. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he is conflicted by this, as he lost his place in the text. He doesn't handle stress well, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. There we go. And rarely feels discouraged. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He laughs loudly when he's excited. He often touches others during conversations when he's excited. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and really wants a drink. Mom, beer your baby. He personally values honesty, dislikes cooperation, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Do I not have a butcher shop? No, I do. So many animals and not an animal to eat. Are either of the dwarf's parents' names? Unlikely, but maybe. They both are. Kaz, who's dead, and Half Empty. Cave hoppers, yes. Very annoying. I need to shoot them out of the airlock. The cave hoppers. I was trying to make a spider farm, and I'm not convinced there's any real value to it. I'm waiting on this water to go away. You get to be the spoiled Nepo baby of the mayor, I suppose? Wait, hold up. I can hit the letter M. Yeah, I guess Half Empty is the mayor. I thought I read that as doctor, not mayor, but... Stevek has been found dead. Oh no! Oh, the goblins are still down here. Did they kill the beast? Nope, the beast just hasn't found them yet. What the fucking shit? Oh, I see. I was like, why are you up here? All right, yeah, because you would have access to this. You would have access to this. Tisk. You know there's tasty, tasty goblins down below if you go down, you dumb monster. But no, when it comes to, like, retracting drawbridges, when the ground that you're building a thing on, your fortress is out of food, is when the ground that you're building your fortress on happens to be ice, it's probably not a good idea to, you know, how do I put this? It's probably not wise to build stuff on that ice. So I'm going to go for a bit of a Hail Mary right now. I do kind of think that this is a bit of a dire spot. And so I'm going to go back to plan A, which is very dumb. And I recommend against it. So that's all. Do not do this. This is a bad idea. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Hopefully it was helpful. That's for the front door. No. I'm just saying no. I don't actually know because I'm not here to brainstorm. I've got a problem to solve, and I need these goblins dead, and I have no military I have no weapons. I don't really want to go using the few materials I do have for weapons, and I need to get these goblins done. Now is not a brainstorming session. Now is a post emotes and act excited about the things that are about to hopefully die. Not me. That's the time that we are currently in. I do have a plan on what I want to do with this, but I can't enact that plan unless this forgotten beast isn't in my caves anymore. Good news is, it's not in my caves anymore, so it sucks to be that dwarf. Splat. Please tell me that got opened. Well, that's good. The good news is the goblins get to fight with the beast now. The bad news is I might have to fight with the beast now. I'm actually very happy that the egg layers died. So, you might not be, but I am very happy. Thrilled, even. Mostly because it's such a small, amount of food, it's not really worth banking on. Alrighty, beastie, why don't you just walk out? Walk out, up, north. North and dope. There you go. Now I gotta close the door. Hallelujah. And to the good dwarf, Nomald. Bless. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Nomald, who potentially saved the fort just now? The real question is where the fuck is the siege? He was a real gnome, that is true. Isn't the siege in the other direction? No, maybe not. Okay. Oh, they're all the way the fuck up there? Okay. Let's see if they can kill it. How many kills does this thing have now? These are all my dwarves. So it killed Morrigan, obviously Nomald, the guinea cock, the goose, and Stevek, Goden, Nick, and Besmer. And it doesn't seem to know how to kill. It's really funny to imagine after all that beast is just wandering off map. What? I mean, just wandering on the map, more like. It's like it just got here, and now suddenly there's just, monsters everywhere. Also, good news is I could go get food, or not food, but I can now go into the caverns again, I think. Let's wait until the siege breaks, but... You wonder if the Forgotten Beast knows what snow is? Well, it's experiencing trauma, so I guess not. I also experience trauma whenever I see snow. Alright, well, let's just make a dealio that there's no more goblins down there. If there is, then oh no. Anyways, if there isn't, then yay. It also looks like enough of the lava has cooled off that these goblins should be able to get to that. But what I want to do is go down to here. And is there anything edible in any of these caves? That's the real question. It's all dead. It's wild, actually. Every single cave layer is it's all dead. Everything is dead. Nothing lives. Which is it's gotta be because we're under an ocean, right? You know, I wonder. Do you think there's fish? I'm saying this because, like, we're actually starving to death. Okay. Where the hell? Nomald's the surgeon's been missing for a week. That is a bannable offense in Dwarven culture. Also, by extension, my chat. Hemonstel. So, fortunately for us, not an option. Unless you named the cat Urist, in which case we can eat the cat. There we go. Get him, beastie! Well, the siege is probably pretty much done now, hey? He did get injured. His ability to stand is now somewhat impaired. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the beast who finally did a good thing with its murder powers? Starting to find dwarves dead. There we go. We're going to go fish. We'll see if there's actually fish here. If there's fish here, he'll be very happy. Gobstopper, Forgotten Beast? Something like that, yeah. I love that this duck survived somehow. Now, are you leaving? I'd presume so. Okay, so with all of that done, I need... to catch a beast. Forgotten, I think. Now we're going to find out if there's food down here. That's what we're going to find out. Because I don't actually have an answer as to whether or not there's food down here. Just kind of hoping that there is. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Yes. As dwarves start to get hungry. Where do I want to put this? Don't dig out damp stones, please. I'm pretty convinced that I don't actually have access to any fish. There's nothing to catch in the southern cavern. I was unfortunately correct. All right, well, this is really bad. I need to get rid of that Forgotten Beast like yesterday, and then buy literally all of the food that the cavern brings whenever the cavern brings it, whatever the cavern brings. Cavern? Caravan. The fuck am I saying? No, I know it's still marked as siege. It's because of the what do you call it? These dudes. So of course it's still marked as siege. There's literally nothing I can do. Unless this guy decides to go over there and kill them, there's literally nothing I can do. I mean, I could make and train a military, but that would be way too logical. Oh, speaking of logical, these guys are still down here. Which is really fun, by the way, because I have access to this lower cavern layer again, too. So let's go in a circle and do all this. This is a lot. So if I'm bad at reading chat or sassy, please just know this is a lot at the minute. Self-imposed, but still a lot. So I think what's happening here, or I think what I'm encountering, is this is an ocean. Nothing's supposed to exist or grow because it's an ocean. So I'm not getting a lot of the benefits that I'm used to getting from farming. So all of my farming numbers in my head are like just kind of fucked up right now. I think that's what's happening. That is my suspicion. So, if anybody's like, how are you having problems even with farming? It's like, well, that I think is actually what I'm running into. I think that's the issue that I'm having because it's the only thing that really would make sense given the like amount of farming shit that I have. Like it kind of doesn't make sense why it's not functioning the way I would expect it to, so. Let's see where the goblins are going or what they're doing. No, not you. Underground! Yeah, like you. Are you guys leaving? Or are you guys just patrolling? They may also be trying to leave the map. How the frick did you get over here? Weird. I don't even know how they got over there. That is truly bizarre. Also need to turn a burrow back on. They're all gonna go die if I don't leave this burrow on. Yep. Turn around. Or don't. Okay, I don't know what you're going to go pick up, but you're going to die if you keep going in whatever direction this is, and if you die, I guess I can't legally help you because you refuse to stop. So let's try once more. Well, another dwarf's about to be found dead. It appears that the obvious cannot be stated any louder than it's already been stated. I am aware. Necrontier, what's your point? It appears that I am already aware, sir, and I don't really have a better answer for you. These dwarves, yeah, I don't know. I am this close right now to just retiring the fort. I'm just saying fuck it and starting a new fort tomorrow. Because this is kind of just making me salty right now. But let's see. Let's see if we can make it. See if we can get any further. Let's see if we can recover this. That many people? I lost like 10 dwarves. For like full clarity here, I lost like 10 dwarves. So this is 100% recoverable. I'm just very annoyed at the fact that literally nothing is growing. Like, I should be totally fine here, but the food problem, like, there's nothing I can do about it. The Jabberers were brought by the goblins. Joseph. Pollution. They're not mine. Otherwise, yeah, I totally would have brought them. Already tried. There is nothing to catch in the caverns. We tried. There is no food in the caverns. I tried that like not 10 minutes ago. But it doesn't work because there is no food in the caverns. Fuck it. Burn it. The one time I decide to fish, there's no fish. You know, it's kind of ironic, eh? We're also getting hit by an ad break. Fuck the world? More or less, yeah. Because if I don't break this siege, I don't get traders. And I don't have the weapons to break the siege. I could make a bunch of armies, but that's just going to result in me killing basically every dwarf in the fort. So, like, I mean, I could just build massive farms, but I'm not getting the cavern farming bonus for some reason, and nothing is growing wild. So, like, I'm kind of in, let's see how silly I can get with this lava, and let's let the world burn. Because I don't really see a way out here, necessarily. Okay, so first off, Flurf, you don't make a sea fort. I had to use DF hack to cheat to settle here. So that's number one. You don't make a sea fort. Full stop. That's the first part about this. The second is if you make a beach fort, you wouldn't have this problem because you wouldn't be in the sea. Sure. I can turn on the ASCII for a second. That's it, NASCII. Oopsies. And that's it, not NASCII. You'll love to see it. I do love that the corpses get thrown into the ocean. That part is particularly cool. That goblin couldn't path to its destination. That's a funny notification to get. I'm currently waiving this fort as a failure. And probably not going to continue past today. Just a heads up. But I will do what I can to make the remainder of today entertaining, if nothing else. Just making sure these goblins are leaving. What happened? What'd you miss? Chat. Please explain this to chat. Mostly because I feel like I've been discussing this with myself for the last 30 minutes. And what happened? We have no food access. Food don't grow fast because apparently oceans are stupid. I have no way of getting food, and these goblins have blocked me from trading. Basically meaning I'm going to just have to make a farm the size of my fortress to not die of starvation, and just kind of don't want to do it. Like, literally nothing happened. I kind of just don't want to do it. It's like, I don't have the desire to play this fort, is mostly what happened. Like, this is a neat gimmick for a fortress, but truth be told, I'm having a really hard time caring. So I'm just kind of hoping to break this siege, and then I'm just going to retire this fort. But in order to break this siege, I need these goblins to, you know, die. Turns out that's weirdly difficult for me at the minute. Very curious Forgotten Beast. Also, like, me overly focused on a weird construction project and not actually, like, building a functional fort. At least I've doomed these goblins to roam the caverns for the rest of their existence. It's scared of a log on ropes. Well, we burned the log on ropes, okay? That is no longer there. It says in the announcement page that you will need to generate a new world. So it does. So if you read the post that was posted today, it states specifically what you will get if you generate a new world and what you won't. Yeah. So if you generate a new world, you'll see dinosaurs. If you don't generate a new world, you won't. But you will have animal people with gear. Ganyu, thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. That's the kind of silver lining we love. I mean, the best part is as long as they don't, like, you know, stumble into into a bad situation, it's not like they'll starve to death. They literally can't. I'm gonna do this for a little bit of fun. I'm not just dooming my fort. I'm doing a little bit more than just dooming my fort, but I am opening the front door. Bouncing to cook. You have a good meal. Hold up, chat. Let him cook. And this is all salt water, which is hardly ideal. I'm paving my fortress right now. I don't know. It depends on how quickly it takes for this fort to die. If you just came in from the raid, yes, you did raid into a channel. Hello. This is nonsense, is what this is. Probably tomorrow, realistically. But I'm gonna see just how silly I can go with this fort. And also, we're gonna see if we can recover it. Like, I mean, if like a Hail Mary comes through and the fort's suddenly recoverable, then, or recoverable in a fun way, then I'm not against the idea of trying to recover it. But I need some sort of Hail Mary to come through for that to happen. What killed the dinosaurs? Human creativity. Or lack thereof. Good news, though. Oh, I was going to say good news, there's a puppy. Bad news, no, there isn't. All the dwarves are slowly getting hungry. Do I just throw everybody into squads and try and fight the goblins down below? Because I feel like... Are you telling me that they didn't have the liver for the alcohol, so they're a bit more of a debtor? I literally can't lava the goblins. Like, if I had the ability to kill them with lava, I think I would have done it by this point. How could I do this? I think the only thing I can really think would be this. Actually, let's, instead of doing this, just do this. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to dig through this wall, let them in, and then channel through the top of this once they're in. Or actually, yeah, channel through that is what I need to do. But first, I also need to put a wall piece in there. Then I can burn them. Oh, damn right. What else do you think I would do? Aside from pumping lava into the cavern. Or is it too far away? Yes, too far away. I'm trying to think how to answer that. The surface lava isn't accessible. And the goblins also aren't on the surface. They're down here. So it's a bit moot, to be honest. I'm removing anybody who isn't a high master or higher miner. Also, there are no goblins left on the surface. That's the other important detail. Like, this lava is up here because I'm pumping it up here. That is the only reason this lava is up here. And the goblins are down here, due to my own stupidity. So I'm trying to fix this. And they're trying to get out through my fortress, which is actually a bit of a shock to me. Like, I wasn't expecting them to do that. Also, another thing I could do. No, I can't do that. I have to go through this way. Apologize, because I thought that this would be more entertaining, but it appears to have just been very slow. So, is what it is. Sorry for the TDM chat. We'll do better tomorrow. Not every fort's a winner. You know, realistically, if you have beer that you're holding that I handed you earlier that I told you to hold, please give it back because we really need them right now. Vulgar, like, we really need them. Like, this is kind of a dire situation right now. Yo. It's not in the way you planned. Well, I'm glad it's working. I just wish the frame rate was higher more than anything. That's my biggest wish right now. I wish the frame rate was higher. I will pause name redemptions though because I am going to retire this fort. So that nobody wastes their channel points. Okay, I'm going to time you out if you keep at that. Almost all. I don't think you're particularly funny. First you're suggesting cannibalism, and now you're saying drink his urine. You doofus. We have a friggin' well that works. It's right here. We have 2 of them even. So, piss off or be funny. Please. And thank you. Bigger round of beers, chat. I don't need to see that piss no more. Yeah, there's nothing about that in the news post either. Joseph says that they hope that necromancer experiments will get visible armor as well. That would be nice. At least just weapons even. Fair enough. I think we barely made it. Yep. I mean, right now I'm just barely surviving with this 30 frames a second. 40. Well, that's good. There's apparently cave blobs and voracious cave crawlers on this map, which is fun. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you, man. Constructed block walls have a higher inherent value than a smooth wall. But aside from that, I think they're identical. I know that rough walls are easier to climb than smooth walls. But I'm pretty sure that's the only real noted difference. And, Peds, thank you very much for the 10 months. Appreciate you. It's very lava-y. We're really turning up the heat with this one. And keeping things warm as the dwarves start hunting for small creatures. You'll love to see it. And I'm going to have to go down to here and go bump, bump. Did I just... Oh my god. You didn't see anything, chat. Let's just go to here. Plop you in there. Everything here and up. Maybe not all the way up to there. That's kind of super cool. It's the circle of water. That's really neat, actually. Okay, so we've got one dwarf coming over here to bash up that wall. Magnificent indeed. And this is trying to refill slowly. That's Clone Doll doing it. Let's hope for the best. All right, chat. Let's hope if those goblins are still here, they'll figure the way in pretty quick. Because I need them to. Not these two idiots up here, but these ones. All right, goblins to the left. That's all I need you to do. Little to the left. I also love that we're at the point with this fortress now where everybody's starving to death. But let's just go kitchen. Fuck it. Let's just cook the plump helmet spawn. Goblins, do you not want to enter the fort? Not at all, eh? I mean, I get it. Neither would I. No, I think they're trying to leave. Is the actual issue here later on. But if I let them out, then this beast kills me. So, like... And the beast isn't even killing that... This guy. So I don't even know, man. At least I'm making some food. It's something. I literally just need them to go over here. Okay, fuck it. They can't kill all of us. This isn't the way I wanted to do this. I really didn't want to do it this way. But they leave me no choice. Or anything else for that matter. Good news is a bunch of them are injured and only one of them has a spear, so. Looks buggy? No, this is what happens when things are trying to, like, reconnect. I don't think any of this is buggy. They're trying to leave the map and their way is shut. So they're trying to not leave through the caves. Because that's how you die if you're a goblin. And they know that. So they're trying to leave through the surface the way they came in. So this is kind of me just fucking things up more than anything. Oopsies. All right, let's go punch him to death. Get him, boys. Looks like they got it so far. It's 2 goblins dead. Not seeing any dead dwarves just yet. And there you go. Siege is now busted. I wanted to burn them because that would have been more dramatic, but we'll take it. I still don't have access to the surface. That's the next thing I gotta do. Miner's been found dead. Well, I mean... happens to the best of us. I'm going to turn the burrow off for the minute. I'm just going to go over to here. I only have fucking 4 coffins. Okay. Let's make 4 tombs. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. Well, actually, no. I'm going to go back down to that layer for a sec. Just unforbid everything. And go back up. And go, okay, beastie. You think you're so smart? You think you can fight me, potentially? What if you can't? Dig through warm stone. What if you can't? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock it down here. And then I'm going to see if I can... Actually, I need to lock this door. And then I'm going to see if I can fill it up with lava and water. Because that'll actually be really easy to do. And then I could seal it in obsidian. Even better if I could seal it in ice, but... All right, let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. I'll say, hey, G-Fin. It's good to see you, man. Is this still the Dragon Fort? No. No. I am not. I'm playing in that world, but not that fort. No. No, the Dragon Fort was done about a month before that video finished. I don't think I've ever still actually actively had a fortress ongoing when a video comes out. But the save file is available in the description of the video if you want to go try it yourself. Or see what it's like to play that fort. Which is, you know, it is fun, but it has its moments. Okay, so this right here would be right there. That right there would be right there. So I just need to get those to be doored up. And let's see if we can de-beast this beast. You think we got this, chat? What do you think? Do you think I can turn this forgotten beast into solidified rock? Are you on my side here? Do you believe? I can't hear you. What do you think? Do we got this? Siege is gone? Yes, fort's still kind of fucked, though. It's okay, my eyes are closed. I also can't see, why not? See, there's a very big difference between can't see, why not, and I can't see, why not? Hey, look, ghosts. Never thought it would happen. Rock coffin. What time of year? Let's say 30. And make them out of, I don't know, conglomerature. I choose die horribly because honestly, I ain't got much more to lose, let's be honest. Cheers, Folger. You have a good night. Okay. The gate is now open. The beast has a way in. And here it come. Oh Lord, he coming. And oh Lord, he coming. Yep. In my defense, I do in fact have the burrow off. But so I'm saying that's on the dwarves. Good news is, beastie's gone. We've dealt with it. So now, I get to figure out how the fuck am I gonna burn it. Let's open the gate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build not too wide, just one wide. I'm gonna build this little mold here. I'm going to go outside here and build essentially the same thing. Just gonna wait for that gate to open. This is kind of like using a sledgehammer to fix, like, a leak. What's behind the door? I don't know, I forgot. Yeah, it's been a lot of forgetting in this fort, it turns out. And a miner's been taken by a Fey mood. And now I can turn off the burrow. Let's get all this done. Get out there, dwarves, go build it. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down into here. Fill all this in. Underground. I'm wondering if a dwarf's gonna get stuck in here. It's because there's ghosts. Is why. That be why the sad music you play. I can also probably go down here and place more coffins. Although moods are like shockingly good. All things considered. What the frig, dwarf? I shouldn't have expected anything else. Oh no, a dwarf trapped. Anyways, what else is new? It's like a dwarf is trapped and other tragedies. I just need this numbskull to wake up. You can exit. See? Exit right there. Exit stage left. There you go, Jurist. And the miner has created a conglomerate cabinet and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Stinthat Beach Pick. It's a very fitting name for a fort, for this fort, rather. Where's your bedroom? Assuming you have one. You do! There you go. You can have your cabinet. All right. Grab your pickaxes, chat. And man the tunnels, because the dwarves are about to find somebody dead. I'm actually not sure how, because they've already been buried, but, you know. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm waiting for all these dwarves to mosey their butts back on inside. That's what we're doing. And then I'm going to close this gate. Actually, hold up. I'm first going to go over to here, and I'm just going to go, kaplooey! Stop it. Oi, Lore. Get back inside. If you're that upset, I will just leave you outside. Okay, let me pull that. So, ideally, this will take this pistol, not penis, shaped object, fill it up with lava, and turn this forgotten beast into a brick of obsidian. That's what it should do. Otherwise, it'll free the forgotten beast. What do you think? Could be either, honestly. I'm really hoping it kills it. But let's find out. There's lava everywhere. What do? I put the lava there. Trust me, that is the least of this fortress's problems. The most of this fortress's problems is that everything is growing extremely poorly. And because it's technically an ocean, nothing is growing the way it should. Okay, so lava is going everywhere. Oh my god, it worked. We got him. Look at that. Magical. If it's, I was gonna say if its skeleton comes out again, we can find out if it's, if there's anything I can do with it, but I doubt that's the case. And this can all fill back in. Let's get those caverns down below sealed up. It's also unforbid. All of these constructions. You came for dragons, stayed for lava. The Dragon Fortress was done, like, as I told Chad a minute ago, like a month ago or so. I'd been streaming that fortress up, and I started working on it. I've done 2 forts since then. I can't actually, I think it was like right when I got back from my trip. So end of May was when I finished that fortress. Like first week of June, maybe? Can't remember exactly, but... Go watch the video, or alternatively, like, download the save file. But yeah, no, we did in fact seal that dragon, or not dragon, that beast in Kryptonite. Not dragon. That not dragon. Yes. They're also compatible between different, like, ports of the game. So, like, if someone's playing on Windows, they're compatible with the Mac version. Or, not the Mac version, the Linux version. Yay, we put a ghost to rest. Actually, ads are starting, so I'll just let the ads run. Yeah, the Dragon Fort exists in this timeline. It's like... I mean, I'll show you. We are right here. That's the Dragon Fort. It's a different faction, but it's allied to us. The problem is once that obsidian block has been mined, the Forgotten Beast will fall out of it. Henkingu. So it doesn't work as smoothly as you want it to. So yeah, that is Monsters Mash, right there. And then since that fort, I did. This one, which is Drunken Frost, which I gave up on. And then this one, which I'm also giving up on. But for different reasons. I'm kind of hoping the goblins will take over this fort, though. That'll be neat. Cheers, TW. YouTube chat. I hope you enjoyed the video. But yeah, I think I'm not totally sure what I want to do with a new fort. Like, I need to think about that. I don't really have any ideas, so it's definitely not something I'll be starting tonight, but it's something I need to think on, you know? It's always a bit of a process to start the next fort. This fort is just kind of turning out to be more of a pain in the ass than it's kind of worth, I guess. It's barely any food, barely any wildlife, no fish. The goblins don't need food. They don't eat or drink. They are literally the least interesting creatures. So honestly, checks out, if you ask me. Oh, some migrants have arrived for some stupid reason. There's no food here, you doofus. Go home. Maybe they brought livestock. There is a baby donkey And a goat. Well, that's going to take a while to dig out. Could one of the dragons from the last fort show up in a new fort? Absolutely they can, which is one of the reasons I'm still playing in this world. Kind of hoping that dragons will show up because I don't know if they'll be tame or not. Is kind of one of the things I want to mess around with in this fort / world. Can I eat the new goat? Nope, the goat's named. The donkey I can. Pets can't be butchered, so. No matter how badly I want to most of the time. Out of food again. Once more. All right, chat. This fort was a weird experiment. I think I could potentially build a really cool fort on this map, but I think what I should do is if I want to do something like this, I shouldn't go for the middle of an ocean. I should just play on a glacier like a fucking normal person. I'm going to retire this fort. This problem ain't going to fix itself unless I literally have a farm half the size of the fortress, which I don't really want to do. And this fort's laggy as all shit because of the lava bullshit that I've done. I had some fun with this fort. It was a nice temporary weird side project thing. I'm going to say goodbye to it now. And the gremlin. That being said, it was entertaining. It was certainly an idea. Yep. And sometimes you just need an idea. I'm going to abandon this fortress because it's more thematically believable. Tomorrow we will be starting a new fort. So come by then. And hopefully we'll have some fun. But it'll still be in this world. We'll need to come up with something that will take me about 4 streams to finish, I guess, because on what is it? 2 weeks from now? It's Dinos? I need to actually look at the date, but that's like actually close, right? Because it's the 26th, but hold on. No, the 25th, not 26th. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks. So I would have tomorrow, I would have Saturday, and then I would have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, that's like 6 streams. So I would have time for a full-length fort. It wouldn't need to be too quickie-wicky. But yeah, I get to go decide if it's worth making a news video about that patch. I think I'll just make a post about it. But